Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day one of the Draft Annual Plan 25-26 hearing. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia. Akati, Tiru, Akataka, Titanga, Kia Makatina, Kina Kiuta, Tiamatara, Itai, Eake, Atakatura, Tito, Hihuka, Hihahu, Tihe, Mariora. Thank you very much. Right, we've got a partial absence from Victoria, and Sam and I are going to be out for about half an hour at 10 o'clock. Just got to do something. So I'm happy to move that.
And I've got to go about 12:30ish.
And 12:30 for Tim.
And I'm going to the same thing Victoria's going to. So.
Sorry, mate, I didn't hear.
I'm going to the same thing Victoria's going to.
Oh, okay. Righto. Thank you. I'm happy to move it, and Pauline's happy to second it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks. That's carried. There are no declarations of interest today, so we'll move straight into our submitters. Please note that although today is primarily for submitters on our draft annual plan, there are a few people coming to speak on the Development Contributions Policy Review as well. First up, we'll hear from the community boards, and I'd like to welcome Kia, who is here because Callum's a bit tied up. So good to see you again, mate. Fire away.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and this is obviously one of the big occasions for us as a community board, is a chance to come in and give you folks a piece of our views on how we think you should spend the city's money, and probably spend more of it and do more and all that good stuff. So you will obviously have our written submission. I think we'll sort of tackle it a bit thematically. So our board, at a high level, is supportive of the direction of the annual plan, and we are pleased to see that this is an annual plan that's trying to tackle some of the challenges around communities and the environment that we have in our city. So that's great. We look breaking it down across some of the more specific stuff. The community board has quite an interest in toilets this year, to be frank. So it's a bit of a funny subject, it is actually something that's really important to our communities, making sure that people, when they're out and about, have the facilities that they need to feel safe and do their business. So one of the most important ones for our community is the Summerfield Park toilet renewal. We also have the Barrington Park toilet renewal, and we appreciate that there's a renewal in Victoria Park. One thing we would say is that the Victoria Park facilities are essentially a regional asset, whereas those two, the Summerfield and Barrington, are much more community assets that really benefit people in those local communities. We know that the toilets at Addington Park are being considered for lease to the Addington Farm Community Garden. We would encourage council to look at whether there's any support council can give with the fit out. We normally wouldn't, fit out is normally the leasee's responsibility, but if there's renewal work being done in a way, we think it would make sense to bundle that up, work with the farm, who are a community garden, trying to deliver in a really important area. So we would really think that it'd be great if that could be overlapped. We support the establishment of new toilet facilities on Rapaki Track, and we are pleased that there was a memo on that recently, so we think there's some good forward movement there, and we're really pleased to see that, and we support that ongoing. There are then, I guess, two more major parks programs that we want to discuss. The first one is the Port Hills Management Plan. We're really pleased that this work is ongoing, and we really strongly support that. It echoes the Kia ora ki tai priority in our board plan, so it's awesome. We want to make sure that there's funding to deliver this plan, but also once the plan has been drafted and prepared, we think it's important that council thinks about how the implementation is going to be funded. So while it may not be something for this particular annual plan, we just want to put that on the radar of the council that will need to thinking. We We've been raising the issue of the unmarked graves at Sydenham Cemetery, and there are other unmarked graves across the city, particularly in Bromley. We would support ongoing staff resourcing for this project. We think that there's a really important piece of work there for staff, primarily, to bring together some of the other some of the community, some of the government funding, and also philanthropic work there. But we do think that there's going to need to be a bit of staff to catalyse that. So we just want to say that that would be awesome if that can continue. And recently, the Disraeli Reserve in Addington, the public artwork there was decommissioned. That is, it came to the end of its life. We would like to think about what could go there in the future, and we would like council to consider what that would look like and potentially put some funding, at least to start developing a bit of a plan there. So that's the section around parks. In terms of transport, the board has a strongly supports the council taking steps to help people make transport choices that work for them and their families, and making sure people feel safe using all modes of transport across our city. We would really like to emphasise that we think that there's quick wins that the council can make in some of these spaces where there's low cost and transitional and innovative steps that can be taken that don't necessarily break the bank but can deliver some wins. In terms of specific projects, we'd like to support the Selwyn Street, the work that's going on Selwyn Street, and potentially looking at the work done around the Innovating Streets project, whether there's anything from that can be picked up and carried on. Ongoing cycle access to the Colombo, as I discussed yesterday. We have a suite of other transport asks. I think we're really excited that the craft program is happening. We want to see that continue to roll out in area, and we want to see that happen reasonably at pace. We would also like to particularly look at with the potential, and we obviously don't know exactly where that's sitting, but around the PT Futures work, if what is happening there, we would really like to see, one, a bit of visibility on that, but also we would like to see ongoing work, particularly around Cashmere Road and Colombo Street for that PT priority work. So in terms of the board, the questions asked by council, we support the rating for renewals, and we support an increase to make sure that we are rating for renewals to keep borrowing and interest costs over the long term. Yes, it does mean a bit of pain in the short term, but in the long run, it is good stewardship. We don't support the reduction or cutting of services to pay for a rates decrease at this point, and we think that that conversation, if it's going to happen, should be part of a long-term plan and be done quite thoroughly rather than just offhand. We support the draft climate resilience policy, including the Climate Resilience Fund. While the Air Force Museum is not in the board's area, we had strong feedback, particularly from the parents on the board, that the Air Force Museum was a great place for a rainy day. And so we do want to say that the Air Force Museum is an asset, and we would like to see the support that the council can give that carry on. We support the Central City shuttle scoping study. We think there's a lot of benefit to trying to figure out ways to help people move around the city, particularly with the change, and it gives people an alternative to driving in. Hopefully, so that's a good thing. And in terms of the disposal of council-owned properties, we've always seen that list. We recognise a lot of those are red zone Port Hills land. Realistically, we do support the council moving to dispose those, although we would note that in previous periods, the board hasn't expressed a view, and I think council has at times as well, that it would be ideal if they could be offered back to prior owners, although we recognise some of the constraints around that for the council. So that is the board's submission, and very happy to take questions.
Okay. You've got just under a minute. Gianni, please.
Yeah, thank you for the submission. What I'm having a little bit of difficulty working out in your submission is, what are you supporting that we currently have on budget, and what are the things that we don't have on budget that you support. So when you say support, I'm just trying to understand if that means that we've got it on budget, or is it that you want additional funding put on? And I just, the only other question I had was, I was unclear whether your board supports the nearly $7 million for the Scruttons Road crossing that is being put on budget and basically being funded through delaying the cycleways in the east.
Okay, so I think taking those two separately, I think what would be helpful for you would be if staff were to prepare a correspondence between the projects we've discussed and the projects in the plan, and I'm sure that staff can do that for you, Yanni. In terms of the Scruttons Road crossing, look, that's obviously been a frustrating process for everyone. The board does support the spend there. We would say that I think it is a project that has, we all know there's some headaches. However, I think realistically, if we don't spend that money, it won't happen. And in that case, that's not something that our communities would support. So that's the answer to that one.
Okay, thank you very much, Yanni. That's good. That's perfect. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
At short notice, I might add.
It's always a pleasure to come see you all.
Good on you, mate. Marie and Helen, doing both together. Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Hello.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the submission of the Waipuna Halswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board on the draft annual plan 2025-2026. As I mentioned yesterday at our board presentation to council, the board had community workshop for the annual plan, and following this workshop on the next day, the board met and discussed our submission. So that workshop was to inform the board submission, and so we just went through the questions and a bit of add-ons at the end. So going on, the board appreciates the effort to moderate the proposed rates increase, though we remain concerned about the future impact of the anticipated 10.38% increase for 2026-2027. We urge that the level of rate rises be kept below the 10% threshold as much as possible, as previously requested in our board submission to the LTP. This is to ensure the financial burden on household remains manageable, particularly when considering the rates levied by Environment Canterbury. Regarding capital spending, the board supports the proposal to defer the Lincoln Road Public Transport Project, acknowledging its potential positive impact on the region's transport network in the future. Now, the Lincoln Road Public Transport the project is outside of our board area, but this is important to Halswell because Bus Route 7, the public transport for Halswell actually uses this route, so we have an interest in this project. Now, we also welcome the prioritization of the Addington Brook and Riccarton drain filtration devices by bringing $4.7 million of the budget from 2030-31 to 2025-26 to allow the project to be delivered earlier. This will ensure critical environmental work moves forward sooner than planned. While operational spending was not directly addressed by the board in our submission, the board would like to highlight the ongoing concern over the lack of council-owned community parks and play spaces in Riccarton. We hope this will be considered in the upcoming Play Spaces Network Plan, alongside efforts to enhance recreational infrastructure in our area. The board is also pleased to support the proposed $5 million grant to the Air Force Museum. This is within our board area, and we believe it will further enrich our local heritage and provide lasting value to the community. Furthermore, the disposal of surplus properties within the board area is supported, as it will enable more efficient land use and benefit the local community. The board notes that 3 of the 4 properties in our area are actually road reserves, while the 4th one is vacant land, which is surplus to the Echo Drop Parkhouse Transfer Station. Now, in addition to those questions, we provided further comments, and I'll read them out. The board reiterates the importance of safety improvements at Amy's Awatea Springs Road area in the 2025-26 financial year and requests any additional funding is made available to ensure completion. The board opposes any reduction or deletion of funding for the footpath program, which it has previously advocated for. The board requests the retention of funding for a new dog park in Southwest Christchurch, as it is a repeated request from the locals. The board also seeks continued funding for the refurbishment of the Wharenui Recreation Center in Riccarton. The board prioritizes projects supporting youth and multicultural communities in Halswell and Riccarton, even in Hornby, requesting special consideration for such initiatives in the annual plan. The board believes the continued operation of Wharenui Pool is crucial, especially for low-income families in Riccarton post the opening of the Metro Centre. The board is pleased with the positive use of the Matatiki Hornby Centre, which includes a pool, library, and service center, and views it as a valuable asset for the area and the city. This summary highlights the board's request for funding and support for key local projects and services. I will now pass you on to Helen to provide the board's feedback regarding the Christchurch Cathedral targeted rating for renewals, trade waste, and the Central City Shuttle Service.
Thank you, Marie. And we thought it was important to get our special requests in, so we didn't run out of time. So I'm just going to go through the Christchurch Cathedral. Just want to go through some prehistory on this, or history. I was on council with Aaron, Jamie and Yanni in the earthquake years, and we had the bishop down specially to a meeting in the Mayor's Lounge, and then it was put in writing. We asked for her to restore the cathedral. She was very opposed to that, and it was only when she left, then another bishop came in, and it started to change. But we believe that the targeted rate should not continue, because the Anglican Church hasn't got any clear idea when they will start the restoration. So we think it's important you don't have the targeted rate that goes into the sort of general rate. Rating for renewals, we've got a reservation on this, is that councils change. Different people get on council, and different buildings and projects are undertaken. So our answer on this is no. We think it's so unclear and uncertain what a future council would do that we would say no to this question. Trade waste, we support what the council proposes, and note that Hornby is particularly affected by this. And I think that's, and the Central City Shuttle Bus. I was on council at the time we did have the bus. I think it didn't continue after the earthquake. So our board's supportive of spending some money for scoping. We question 200,000, but it says up to 200,000. But we are supportive of scoping the need for a shuttle bus. And that's all from us.
So we thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board submission, and we look forward to the continued collaboration to ensure that our community's needs are met in a sustainable and balanced manner.
Okay, we've got two questions and that's all we'll do, please, sorry. Otherwise we're behind already and it's going to be a long day. Mel, please, then Tim.
You mentioned about library hours. It's the Halswell and Upper Riccarton libraries that are open past 6. Are you suggesting those ones close at 6?
I didn't quite get the question. Are you wanting?
Oh,
No, if you answer it.
well, if that would be reviewed. If it's feasible, then possibly, but it depends on what the review is. But we would look at actually, closing early if it's feasible. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
Just interested in other boards' opinions with regards to the Central City shuttle bus. Prior to the earthquake, it was a great success, and we have that information. So, would it be better, do you think, to spend $200,000 or up to $200,000 on getting one up and running, or do you think we need to do a scoping on something that was successful and we do actually have historic data on?
Actually, we did discuss that. We thought that because it was indeed successful at that time, that probably just go ahead and do it.
Yep.
But yeah, if there was a need to scope it because of changes prior post earthquake, then possibly if there is a need, then we could do a review. But I do agree that, or the board did agree that it was successful at that time.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you so much, and brilliant. Thank you. Okay, we've got Paul, please. I saw you come in. Oh, and Jackie, I see you there. Yep.
All right. Morena, e te kore mātua me ngā kaukana here. Thank you for hearing our submission. I'm just trying to reduce the size of my seat. Yeah, thanks for hearing our submission this morning. We appreciate your consideration very much and thought of the priorities we believe mirror the aspirations of our communities for what they want prioritised by the council. In general, this annual plan, as with the LTP, is broadly supported by the Waitai Community Board. The board supports keeping rates low as possible while ensuring that service levels are retained, investments are made in hard and social infrastructure, and strategic asset ownership is maintained. We appreciate that New Zealand is experiencing a recession after a period of rapid inflation, felt hardest in underserved areas that fall disproportionately within our board area. However, despite the marginal increase in rates in the short term, we believe returning to fully funding renewals, i.e. depreciation from rates to save interest costs and therefore reduce rates in the long run is a good idea. And I also want to note that across the world, over the past generation, that the wealth of ordinary people has been eroded and the wealth of the super wealthy, the top 0.1%, has ballooned into the stratosphere. In that same period, the wealth of democratic governments, local and central, has also been degraded as assets have been sold and services outsourced without any long-term public benefit. Christchurch is in the strong position that we are because we have wisely kept our asset base rather than going the way of the rest of the country and eroding our capital base and finding ourselves unable to make investments in the critical infrastructure that we need. In terms of service levels, the board and our community place huge value on parks and other green spaces, libraries, pools, and then we would not want to see these service levels reduced. And despite being a popular talking point, very few people are able to identify any service level cuts that they would actually want. The board notes that people who can afford to buy books or to own a pool are often the first to suggest cuts to those services, but those cuts are neither supported by the board nor of our community. The board notes that basic services such as park maintenance, rubbish collection, litter removal, weed removal, bin provision, and signage all add to improving the amenity of our communities and the satisfaction of the community with the council. We would like to see the level of service increase in and around suburban villages such as Woolston, New Brighton and Queen's Park. And for example, rubbish removal, weeding, infrastructure maintenance, and pothole repairs, backflow valve maintenance, beach access boardwalks, etc., to make them more disability friendly and accessible. In terms of the capital program, our top priorities are the Bromley traffic plan. We would like that funded properly, also $5 million. 2, the New Brighton Mall upgrade. We'd like that to continue and funding to be made available. And also, just on that, the targeted rate on vacant lots should be applied with urgency in New Brighton. The South Shore Estuary Edge project should continue as consenting allows. We'd like the Prestons and Martians Community Centre brought forward if possible, and also we'd like the Burwood and Maireho intersection improvements completed. I'd just like to draw your attention specifically to number 1, Bromley Roads, and to implore you to provide further funding, so that's the $5 million, towards improving them through the implementation of the Bromley Traffic Transport Plan. There's been a lot of work done with that community to develop this plan and to begin to rebuild trust with them. So I see funding of this as an extension of the response to the wastewater treatment plant fire and the Weave in the East project. So this is our top priority as a board. Bromley and North Linwood in particular have poorly designed roads in poor condition. They need repairing and improving. In general, we wish to remind the Council of the importance of returning all quake damaged roads and footpaths to good repair. And on that note, these are our priorities for renewal. Pratt Street, which is in concert with the Pages Road Bridge Project, Marriott's Road, Collingwood Street, Mesas Road, which is started but needs completion, Ruru Road, which also needs footpaths in places, St John's Road Bromley, which needs traffic calming, Lake Terrace Road resurfacing, Stour Drive, and the completion of the Maireho Road with road levelling. The board would like to see the Avon Otakaro major cycle route proceed sooner, and we're disappointed in the deferral of Section 2 of the Upawaho River route. And despite the northeaster, we have plenty of people who would like to ride their bikes more out east, and we should get our MCRs too. It's a real pity that we're the last e-bike off the rack. The board strongly supports the small increase in the minor safety program. However, considering the heavy demand for safety improvements from our community, the board would like to see a further increase to this fund. So on Three Waters, the board's concerned about what looks like reductions in flood protection and control works by about $12 million and questions how that could possibly be a good idea. And we'd also like to draw your attention to the need to resolve long-standing issue of to prevent surface flooding in North Beach and request that 3 North Beach stormwater outlets be upgraded. Parks and reserves, we're very supportive of the intention to enhance parks and reserves and riverbanks and a $33 million increase, but in particular we'd like to see the QE2 master plan prioritised. And we strongly support bringing forward spending on the Bexley landfill remediation. In terms of trade waste charges, we prefer the fixed volume charge because it's fairer to small businesses who have the least capacity to absorb and to adapt to price increases, and it also incentivises big users to reduce their waste. In terms of the Climate Resilience Fund policy, the board supported the establishment of the fund and continues to do so, especially given our communities will be among the first to experience the more severe effects of climate change. The fund should not become a slush fund for future councils to expend on scientifically dubious projects. It needs to go into concrete projects that help people to adapt to climate change. The board would advise the fund to be limited to infrastructure and resilience to future-proof our city, and we suggest, rather than using time frames to determine the reserve period, that the council uses trigger points. Unless Jackie wants to add anything, I'm happy to take questions.
I just wanted to point out something, just one thing about rates, and people say, oh, you know, rates need to come down. One of my constituents is a single woman with a fairly modest house, but her rates are now 14% of her pension. And if any of you can say that your rents are 14% of your after-tax income, I'd like to hear it. This is really hard on the people in our area. We are all low socioeconomic. So we do rely on the services that you provide in terms of parks and recreation and so on, because our people don't have money to pay for them. But we do need that focus on rates as well. That's
Okay, thank you. Got some questions, Councillor Donovan and Tyler?
We had feedback from the resident survey that roads was one of the biggest sources of dissatisfaction. It'll come as no surprise that eastern suburbs were kind of a strong part of that. You mentioned Pratt Street and Pages Road. My understanding is some of the worst roads in that area are tied to the Pages Road hearings panel process, the decision around that, but there's actually no timeline for delivery of those projects. So those ancillary projects, so there's about 6 to 8 roads that are tied to that project, there's actually no timeline and no budget attached to that. So something to consider as part of the annual plan.
Yes,
because those roads also flood and are vital to getting out of the area if there was a reason to evacuate.
Sure, yes, agree.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you so much for coming in. I just wanted to ask about the street renewal priorities and where they're currently sitting in the budget. Are they planned for this year and next year, or are they sort of more pushed out?
We don't have sight over the renewal priority list at the moment. So we're just saying these are the ones that we want to prioritise.
Okay, great. And out of these, in the street renewal priorities, instead of the additional transport, you've got in your submission 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 streets. Was there sort of a top 3 or top 5 that
Well, that's the top 3 in each ward.
I see.
Yeah.
That's great. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So there's obviously lots of streets we'd like to see renewed.
Yep.
But that we wanted to be fair across the whole of the east side. So we chose 3 to prioritise in each ward.
It's really pragmatic. Thanks so much.
Tim?
Thank you. It's the same questions I asked at the previous board. We've got to be obviously smarter with our money, as any household does. Putting a scoping study for up to $200,000 for the Central City Shuttle prior to the earthquake, it was a success. We know that. Would you prefer us to actually put money into getting it up and running, or spend up to $200,000 on a scoping study, which we should already have a large amount of information on?
I guess pragmatically, I don't have information in front of me about it, but I can say that we supported it.
Yep.
Because one of the things that older people have told us, and from door knocking and stuff, is that they can't find it hard to get around the city, find it hard to find a park, but the shuttle helped. So we're supportive of the shuttle.
Great, thank you.
Mel, just last question because time is up. Sorry.
This one's in response to Jackie's mention about the rates. It's just, where are areas that we think that we could be saving money?
I don't really know, because things that we need are things that you can't cut, like, libraries, pools, those sorts of things are needed in our area. I haven't got a view of where all the money goes. So, no, sorry.
Okay.
I don't really have an answer for you there.
Thank you. And thanks for these good answers. If you don't know the answer, that's good to say that you don't know, and we can find out from this end.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. So now we call Emma Norrish and Simon Britton from the infamous, the amazing Waipapa, Papua New Guinea's Community Board. Welcome.
I feel like we need a big entrance after that intro. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present our submission to you today. We'll take the submission as read and just highlight some main points. Our board appreciates the tough job you have in front of you with this annual plan, finding the right balance between minimising rates increases and investing in keeping the city running efficiently, sustainably and resiliently. In our role as an advocate for the Papanui Inner Central community, we support keeping rates increases as low as possible. This means focusing on the infrastructure and services to deliver what residents, businesses and visitors need. The challenge comes in balancing and understanding that one person's nice to have can be another's must have. We've also had feedback suggesting that community members want current levels of service to remain unchanged.
Strong communities make for a strong city, and community development and funding is fundamental to making our communities the vibrant, safe and supportive spaces that our residents value. Strengthening communities and discretionary response funding and other board projects are important lifelines for the vital mahi of our dedicated community groups. Similarly, it is especially when significant weather events occur, as may increasingly be likely with the effects of climate change, that we see the importance of maintaining investment in the emergency management and community resilience.
This next slide shows what matters most from our board area, highlighting our community's priorities. And we'll just skip to the next one. A priority in our community board plan is having a connected transport network. We aim to put community safety at the forefront of all transport decisions and ask that you do the same. We note our support for local cycleways and the timely completion of MCR projects and their connectors. Our board reaffirms its previous support for the Wheels to Wings cycleway, understanding that a staged approach is required due to the withdrawal of government funding. We support the reinstatement of the second section of the Richmond Greenway as included in the draft annual plan, as this allows for better transport connections in the wider Richmond area and into the city.
Community and student voices have raised urgent safety concerns with the board in relation to the Northcote Road corridor. Responding to this and to the LTP funding cuts to corridor improvements, we've provided better off funding to investigate safety improvements. We appreciate those investigations are now underway. Early signals are that safety improvements will require future council funding to be implemented, and highlighting in particular, there might be some urgency to progress this. There's a designation on Northcote Road properties which lapses in August 2026. Secondly, we remain concerned there was a project 243, which was Greer's, Northcote and Sawyers Arms intersection safety improvement, no longer appearing in the long-term plan. And we've asked for a traffic efficiency survey of the block containing that intersection, the Langdons Road corridor, Northcote Road through to Main North Road. And this would be assisted by board supporting and reaffirming that request.
Another transport priority in our community board plan is the installation of a safe pedestrian crossing point on Springfield Road. So we would like to see that given consideration in this annual plan process. The wider St Albans area continues to deal with the effects of the Christchurch Northern Corridor, so the downstream effects management plan budget needs to be retained. And we would also like to see the implementation of a school speed zone outside St Albans School prioritised, alongside red light cameras at the neighbouring Westminster Street, Cranford Street and English Park traffic signals. This area continues to see increased volumes of traffic, which is putting the safety of school children at risk every day.
We support the allocation of funding for a scoping study. I see we've put trial on the slide. Sorry, that's a typo. The scoping study was the consultation question for a central city shuttle service, and we note that as a key priority in our community board plan.
Our board is looking forward to seeing the development of the surface flooding reduction program. You've heard us speak in the past about certain parts of our board area which are prone to surface flooding and heavy rains: Francis Ave, Edgware Village, Emmett Street, Orcades Street, Cambridge Terrace and Harris Crescent. We hope these areas will be given due consideration under the program, especially given the amount of intensification and resulting pressure on the drainage networks in our area.
With climate change, severe weather is expected to become more frequent. It's essential we invest in our capacity to respond to emergency events and build up our resilience in the faces of the challenges ahead. We're committed to supporting the Ōtautahi Christchurch Climate Resilience Strategy and in turn support the Climate Resilience Fund policy as an appropriate extension of that. We would suggest the name of the policy and some of the information wrapped around it perhaps could be clearer with respect to the focus of that funding.
Our board used some of our Better Off funding for a SIPTED report for McFarlane Park in Shirley, and it highlighted an urgent need to address the existing public toilets in the park. The toilets are in extremely poor condition, as well as being in an unsuitable, unsafe location. They are up for a renewal within a program in the LTP, but we request that it be shown as a separate line item to better secure the funding. The long-awaited community facility at Shirley Community Reserve is finally on track to happen, and we would like to reaffirm that it remains a top priority, as is retaining the funding for the Phillipstown Community Centre. The current Phillipstown hub is the heart of the community and needs council's continued support.
We remain committed to exploring a youth facility in the Papanui or Redwood area as outlined in our board plan. The council resolved in the 2021 to 31 long-term plan to specify that project, which was referred to as a skate facility at the time, as a separate line item. We asked that that be reinstated and also show the construction component of that budget in that same line item, and that will help lock in the budget for a fit-for-purpose facility in the future. We also note there's a youth audit underway in the Papanui area planned for this year. We wish to highlight support for the Ōtautahi Christchurch Urban Forest Plan, noting the importance of improving tree cover in green spaces, particularly as an offset to housing intensification. It also is to be noted that our council and community facilities serve an important role in creating and fostering a sense of community. Libraries are key places for people to engage with the council's work, as well as to access the services that libraries offer. These facilities are increasingly important as high-density housing continues to develop around key activity centres and suburbs.
The pending removal of 20 large established street trees in Shirley next week has heightened our community's awareness of the importance of trees and the need for their ongoing maintenance. We ask that staff are given sufficient operational budget to undertake long-term planning and street tree maintenance to avoid a situation such as this occurring again. Trees are just one example of something that is so entrenched in part of people's everyday lives, they don't realise its value and importance until it is threatened. There will no doubt be other operational things people don't mention in their submissions to you or to us when we're engaging with our community, as they are taken for granted but would be sorely missed if taken away. We also request that allowance is made for exceptional situations when they arise, such as the Dudley Street Starling nuisance, which we've spoken to you about before.
We support continued investment in Three Waters infrastructure. We emphasise that upgrading our water systems is essential to prevent unacceptable consequences for our community, both for our current residents and visitors and also for future generations. And we especially look forward to a robust stormwater projects being developed through the surface flooding reduction program, noting in particular the streets in our area that Emma has already named in this presentation. We note that roading and pavement condition continues to be a concern in parts of the wards. Renewal and replacement of our roading assets based on prioritisation. However, sometimes that's seems to be not a clear or consistent process. And we would ask that this matter be considered by Council to clarify the process of identifying roads and pavements that need work, and that it's clearly explained why damaged roads and pavements are not being addressed if they're on hold, and if that relates to resourcing, that be rectified.
That's all from us. Thank you.
Right, so we've got 1.5 minutes. So, Yanni, and then Tyler. That's probably all.
Oh, thank you. 2 quick questions. One is there anything that we can do as a council to support getting a more holistic approach to transport and land use planning, particularly in that Papanui area?
I guess the starting point is that efficiency study in that whole block.
Funding that.
Yeah.
So funding for that would help. Okay, cool. And the second question is, and I know it's only been a day's notice, but have we got any information on what's happening with the Ferry Road pedestrian crossing? And is there any...
Well, you asked that yesterday, Yanni, at Council.
Yeah, there is a memo coming.
I guess what I'm really interested in, though, is do we have sufficient budget to do what's been considered, or do we need to consider additional budget? And I'm also interested if what feedback engagement the board's done around the Te Aratai cycle lane.
Okay, well, that's 2 questions. We'll park the Ferry Road one because that will probably come back in the memo. Te Aratai, have you got a comment on that, where that's at?
No, not sure.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Tyler?
Got in. Tēnā korua. I'm just wanting to ask about the youth space and the youth audit. And it's really disheartening seeing the entrapment risk on that public toilet part. But the question is around the Papanui Youth Facility. Is there anything in mind that you're looking at, and how is the youth audit going?
Youth audit is in the planning stages, so that's still to happen. It ties into the support the board has provided to the local community organisations that are operating the space at Northlands Shopping Centre as well.
And talk yourself up, I want to hear it. So,
yeah. That was, an amazing decision of the board. In terms of youth facility, it's pretty open-ended at the moment. The biggest concern and constraint is we have a really intense set of circumstances there, a major activity centre, a key activity centre, public transport hub, high school, council library, complete lack of public and open space, etc., right in the heart of Papanui. But we're also kind of, I guess, in response to that, the question is what can the council do to provide spaces that are appropriate for our young people and for our community overall. At the moment, we understand that money still exists at a program level, but it's not visible to us. So that's why the request.
Okay, so that's the question, that you want visibility of that funding for the Papanui Youth Facility as a line item. Can we get a response around where the Te Aratai cycle is? And also, just really quickly, because we're out of time, but the Springfield Road pedestrian crossing, I have heard from Transport there could be money in the Safer Streets budget for that, so it probably doesn't need to be an annual plan. But if you could look up and see where the Springfield Road pedestrian crossing of some sort.
Yeah, some certainty around it.
Sounds like something that could be funded from a program.
Yes, yeah. So we just need to know, is there any work going on there? Is there a timeline for it? Because the board's been asking for that for years now. There's nowhere to cross. Alrighty, sorry, Erin, we're out of time. Thank you. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'd like to welcome Jason and Nicola from Waimaro, Pendleton, Waimari, Herwood. Morena.
Morning.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa I tai mai nei. Sorry about my voice. Firstly, we acknowledge the significant time and effort that has gone into preparing this plan and refining the details with the clear intention of making Ōtautahi a thriving, inclusive city for all. On behalf of the Waimero, Fenderton, Waimairi, Harewood Community Board, we appreciate the opportunity to speak on these important matters that impact our community through our submission on the draft annual plan. The submission has been shaped through meaningful engagement with our community, the dedication of our hardworking staff and governance team, and the collective effort of many. As a community board, contributing to this discussion is essential, and the opportunity to provide feedback is deeply valued. While some comments offer suggestions for the council to consider, the significant work undertaken is already acknowledged. We take our submission as read, and we will go through some key points. On behalf of our community board, appreciation is extended to the transport team for their willingness to work with us to ensure the renewal of Brindwer Road, recognising it as a priority in the Streets Renewals Programme. Their collaboration in finding a way to include this project in the budget is greatly valued by both the board and the Brindwer Road's residents. We also thank staff for taking on our feedback for retaining Gardners Road and Radcliffe Road.
The stage approach to delivering the Papanui Wheels to Wings major cycle route is supported by the board, particularly the connection between the North Arch and Northern Line routes, which is a logical step. However, ongoing community concerns about the middle section along Harewood Road highlight the need for greater engagement and collaboration with residents. The lack of a strategic transport plan for the Harewood, Sawyers Arms, Greers, Northcote areas is concerning, and a coordinated approach is urged, which we share a lot of alignment with the Papanui board on that one. Investment in Three Waters and parks is supported, though the importance of maintaining existing assets is also stressed. Rather than expanding without a plan for ongoing upkeep, cost-effective solutions that ensure sustainability should be a priority. The effort to lower the proposed rates increase to 7.58% is acknowledged, but concerns remain that it is still nearly 5% higher than inflation. Many residents are struggling financially, and there is a perception that council has not reviewed its spending with the same disciplines as household and businesses have to at this time.
Key financial concerns are also raised in our submission. While increasing rating for renewals to reduce borrowing costs makes sense, the origins of this situation are questioned. A fully debt-funded capital program is not sustainable, and more transparency is urged. Additionally, establishing a climate resilience fund without clear governance is premature, and allocating money for a shuttle service scoping study is a distraction from core services.
Managing public transport routes is the responsibility of ECAN, not the City Council, and funding should remain focused on services within the Council's core mandate. Given the financial pressures on both the Council and ratepayers, funding should be prioritised towards maintaining and improving existing infrastructure and services.
The Council is urged to focus on financial responsibility, strategic planning and meaningful community engagement. By working together, a strong, resilient and well-planned city that benefits everyone can be created. Otatahi has a bright future, and with collaboration and careful decision-making, the community can thrive. Nō reira, ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora, short and sweet. Councillor Scandra.
Look, Nicola, thank you very much for explaining why your answer with regards to the shuttle.
Yes.
So, do you ECAN's responsibility is public transport? Prior to the earthquake, the shuttle worked really well. There's no question about that. Do you think if we're going to concentrate on key services, that the shuttle should actually be transferred over to ECAN to pick up rather than council?
Yes, they can investigate that and see whether they think it's a viable option.
Right, thank you.
Right. Oh, Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thanks. Did you have any more specific things that you think we should not fund? I guess interested to know if there were specific things that you'd looked at. I don't want to give you some of my ideas, but I think it's helpful if there's specific projects. I see you want us to cut the library hours at Fenderton to 6 o'clock as well in terms of closing time. Is that?
Yeah, With a little bit more nuance than that, it would be more of a case of not just in Fennelton at the library, but reviewing the utilisation of our services and making sure that the opening hours or the operation of those services is as accurately aligned with the utilisation of them as possible. Like if we've got, say, Fennelton Library open for an hour or two longer than some of the other libraries around town, and there's no one in there at those times, it just feels like it would make sense to reduce the service levels in line with the utilisation by the public and just create a more efficient use of those resources.
So have you had feedback from your community that they would support that?
Yes, well, we've had people have commented on the lack of use of, for example, Fendleton Library after 6 p.m. So I think that the community are aware that it's not used hardly at all after that time.
Okay, great. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. I note in your submission that you don't support the $5 million grant to the Air Force Museum.
No, in principle.
Well, I don't think we said we don't support it, but we're just concerned about the current financial situation at the council and like the spending $5 million. Well, it's it's an important asset and there's a lot of heritage value to it. We just want to make sure that it's well thought out and the money's being really well spent just because of the value of that.
Yep. And are you comfortable with the idea that it's looking at being 2 or 3 years out? It's not actually coming out of this year's annual plan. Does that give some comfort?
Well, some, but I guess it's still a burden on the council at some point in time. But I guess it just depends, how well utilised it is and how much value it's providing. I guess it's just it's a lot of money. But again, I wouldn't say we don't support it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Cost benefit, Mel.
It says you've talked about commercial fees being as low as $10 an hour for some rooms. Where is that?
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't hear the first part of that very well.
Rooms and council facilities that are being hired for $10 an hour to commercial groups, which I'm surprised at. So can you tell me where that
Yeah, at the Fendleton Service Centre, some of the meeting rooms there.
The smaller ones or your?
I think all of them. I think all of them are available. Yeah.
For $10 an hour.
There's the boardroom and all of the other meeting rooms that are available in that general area in there.
Mm-hmm.
They can be booked out by groups.
All right.
Okay, that's the end of the questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in on this rainy morning. Take care.
Thank you.
Hope you find your voice. Okay, so now we've got Lynn Leslie from Pataka o Rakaotu, Banks Peninsula Community Board. Just you.
Just me. Morena, e te
Morena.
whānau. It's a bit wild weather out there today. I'm glad I wore my waterproof boots in.
Yeah.
It's a bit wet. And we've had the road out to Little River, Banks Peninsula Highway, closed once already this season, so I have no idea what the rest of the year is going to be like. But
is that from the flooding?
Yes, yeah. Was it last week? 10 days ago, I think. Yeah, the highway got closed. But anyway, today it's fine.
Right.
Once again, morena everybody, council members and fellow community advocates. The annual plan submission for Te Pātaka o Rākai How to Banks Peninsula this year is clear in its intent. It listens to concerns, harnesses proactive and productive ideas, and protects the vulnerable. First, let me speak to the importance of our information centres. The first two, Littleton and Little River, have been serving as vital connections for locals and visitors alike. Recently, you've heard that the trial in the Akaroa Information Centre has been overwhelmingly positive. They have all proven themselves invaluable to our community. We are requesting that the council allocates $100,000 funding to ensure sustainable support for these three centres. It's more than just answering questions. It's about manaakitanga, hospitality, connection, and doing the right thing by our visitors and locals alike. Turning to our destination management plan, created through extensive consultation and endorsed in 2023, we are proud of the direction it sets for the future of Banks Peninsula. However, we are concerned about the lack of implementation progress and the future collaboration with Christchurch NZ. With regular progress updates to both the board and the community, we can remain informed and engaged in the plan's progress. The plan has a huge amount of buy-in from locals, which is fantastic, because it was created by the locals and stakeholders. It just makes sense that its success relies on implementation with the same collective vision. We need to harness this productive opportunity now. Climate resilience remains a critical issue, as we are very vulnerable on the peninsula. The Climate Resilience Fund is a welcome initiative, but we must prioritise enhancing community resilience. One way to do this is by securing our marine structures. These structures are extremely important, and they are potentially crucial lifelines during an emergency and a way to access the outside world in case the roads are compromised, which can be highly likely. Let's commit to planning and funding their renewal as part of the 26-27 annual plan. Our historic community halls, such as Kokorarata Port Levy and Wakaroa Port Pigeon Bay, also deserve our attention. These are more than just meeting places. They are heartbeats of our remote communities, serving as gathering places and resilience hubs. We are requesting commitment to their strengthening and upgrading these vulnerable buildings, looking ahead to the long-term plan 2737, ensuring they continue to serve the future generations. We want to express our continued support for the hard-working and productive reserve committees, the Head-to-Head Walkway Working Party and the Coronation Library refurbishment. The groups and people who are moving their much-needed projects forward are making great things happen, and we want to continue supporting that. The board also wants to acknowledge the outstanding contributions of the Air Force Museum. However, we emphasise that we support Te Uaka, the Littleton Museum, instead. Since the Canterbury earthquakes, the museum, which showcases the rich history of the area, including maritime heritage, has been struggling to rebuild. Its collection of over 20,000 items remain in storage, awaiting a permanent home to be displayed to the public once again. Also, I'd just quickly like to add that we request a review of the opening hours in the Akaroa Service Centre. Understanding the need and when the need is appropriate is very important for a lot of our services. Currently, some residents are struggling to access services due to limited hours. A review would ensure that this essential service is truly meeting the needs of our community. And I just really appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak here today. I understand that the whole world doesn't work like this, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming all the way in. Do we have any questions for Lynn this morning? Tyrone?
Kia ora, thank you, Lynn, for that excellent submission. So thematically, it feels to me like there's a lot of interconnected things about a sort of like a, I guess, well, what destination Banks Peninsula. I mean,
yep.
We know, you know, the potential there in terms of as a food and wine destination, as a heritage destination, obviously the outstanding geography and scenery, dark skies potentially has been talked about, and lots of other things. So what's the kind of the value of the destination there for a very small
yeah.
you know, bit of funding from council?
I used to work at the Visit Information Centre here in Christchurch. I think it was about 8 years. And I know firsthand that when people come to an area, they don't just come to a city. It's also sold on the add-ons. It's sold on what can we do that's close by, that's unique, that is, you know, Kiwi, that is got everything in one place. And I think Banks Peninsula just sums that up. It's so close, yet it feels a world away. And there's so much to do. Our walking tracks are really, really in vogue right now, really popular. Everybody's asking about them at the information centres. So invaluable.
Those penguins, all of that, you know.
Everything. You could go on. Yeah. I think everybody knows here that how great it is. And if you don't, come and see. But it's an add-on. It's a valuable add-on. Yeah.
I have actually just not a follow-up, but a different question.
Mm-hmm.
So just on your submission, Lynn, Coronation Library in Little River.
Mm-hmm.
So can you tell us about that, and where are we at with that?
Yes,
what
it's
do we
looking
need?
good. We're waiting for a confirmation that it's moving ahead. I think that there is some commercial sensitivity around that at the moment, but it's been a long wait. And yeah, the community is just waiting to hear about next steps.
Celeste?
I just had a question around the visitor centre. Has there been any investigation into additional funding opportunities? I understand that some eyesights and things have gotten funding, and some of them are actually private as well. So whether there could be a bit of a partnership approach with some other funders?
Sure, that's something we could look into. Yeah, I just think it's a great opportunity with Christchurch NZ being there. They also have volunteers that they coordinate as well, and we could just work together and it would be quite seamless. So, I mean, yeah, we could look at lots of
And
options.
might be the visitor levy might be an opportunity in terms of funding. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Wonderful. Thank
Great.
you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Right, so now we have on Zoom, I think, have we got Kathleen ready? Kathleen Chrisley on Zoom. Fire away, Kathleen. 5 minutes? You got 5 minutes.
Yep, no worries. I have been a recent participant in the dog control hearings and thought it was a prime opportunity to share some financial information with you. I'm not here to ask you for money. I'm here to ask you to make money. And what I put in my submission this year was the financial information from the animal management section, which clearly shows that back in financial year 2020, they were making $2 million more than they are making now in controllable revenue. And that was attributed by the staff to enhanced enforcement activity over the COVID period. Again, just like last year when I submitted to the LTP, I really need you to be asking the right questions of your council managers about priorities, service priorities, and things that are getting revenue. I found it deeply disappointing to be asked by the hearing panel that both sides of the debate on dogs were asking for more enforcement of current rules, which haven't been proven to be faulty, simply they haven't been enforced. And the only question that was asked about that was, would you be prepared to pay more for dog registration? And you don't actually have to do that if you're making money through infringement notices. So the rest of my submission from last year largely is still valid, so I don't feel the need to speak to that. But I wanted you to look at your own financial information. And that's it.
Oh, short and sweet. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Henstock.
Good morning, Kathleen. Thank you for taking the time to make yourself available to speak to this. We don't have in front of you your last year's submission, so I wonder whether there is anything that you could tell us about any of the services that you value the most and don't want reduced, and conversely, where there could be any savings in services that are offered.
Well, I think the big savings, and I know you have climate change on your agenda quite highly, is that I don't think the council is walking the talk when it comes to climate change, because the biggest emitter is transport. And it's not up for the ratepayers to prop up the businesses in the central city. And I think a good number of your staff could be working on a hybrid situation, which would reduce the footprint of the city council's headquarters. And then you could be subletting that out, because I think the city council headquarters is a huge drain in terms of the finances on ratepayers. There's too much of a rate increase every month, every year on ratepayers to pay. And a lot of empty space. When you walk into that, I was only there for the hearings recently, and those first two floors are largely empty space, big foyer doing nothing. And that's not the right use of space for ratepayers to be paying for either. But in all honesty, I don't have last year's submission in front of me either, because I have other priorities.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us, Kathleen.
It's really helpful.
No worries.
Thank you, Kathleen. Nice to see you.
Okay, take care. Bye.
We have John Batchelor. Good morning.
Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. So why I'm here is mainly to just submit on the cathedral levy. I don't believe there was ever a mandate for this levy to be taken. If the Anglican Church had been left to make its own decisions, there would be a new cathedral sitting out there now, probably laminated timber as Bishop Matthews envisaged and had concept drawings done for. The cold reality of it is, I'm not an anti-heritage building person, but stone buildings don't stand up in earthquakes, and they never will. And even some reinforced concrete buildings don't stand up, as we've just seen this week. So where I'm coming from is that now that this restoration project has been paused, I don't see there's any legitimate way that council can keep deducting the cathedral levy. And I also feel, and I wrote to the mayor about this a while ago, and I even consulted my solicitor just for a bit of advice, but I also feel that the money that's been taken in this rating year actually really legally should be returned to those who have paid it, because the restoration project was paused at the beginning of this rating year, but however, you people said that you'd set the rates and you couldn't turn that back, and so we're waiting for this coming year. So I feel reasonably strongly about this, and that's the main reason I'm here. And just as a sort of a slight add-on with the same flavour is, we just really need to see, I'm a retired person and we just do not have limitless income, and we just need to see a lot of restraint in council spending and to keep rates increases limited. And I really mean limited to covering the core services. And I know there's a lot of nice to have things. However, I don't believe we're in that environment at the moment. And a whole lot of us out there as ratepayers, we can't afford to pay for the nice to haves. So that's about all I have to say.
That's excellent, thank you. Councillor Henstock and then Mel.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us today. What are those nice to haves? Can you give us any clarity around that?
Well, just there's quite a few, but just as one of the previous speakers spoke about, say the council, giving or whatever $5 million to the Air Force Museum. Now, I mean, I've spent my whole life in aviation, so I'm attached to aviation. But however, I don't believe that at the moment the ratepayers can afford that. That's sort of $5 million of ratepayer money that could be going somewhere else. And if you give me just a brief bit of latitude, one thing that has really annoyed me, but I haven't sort of done anything about it, but is that is the gross over expenditure of buying land in Terrace. Now the airport company is partly owned by the council, and that's us, the ratepayers, and the rest of it's owned by the government, and that's us, the taxpayers. And it was always a folly to go and pay at least 50% above market value to go and buy a great big parcel of land in Otago. Now, having been in aviation, if you just bear with me for another 30 seconds, that money that the airport company spent on buying that land down there could have been much better spent on this international airport out here, putting in centreline lighting and getting it to Cat 3 auto land capability so that it gets rid of the disruptions and fog and all of that. And that, the airport company should have been much more focused. And I'm saying that knowing that there's, I think, 3 councillors that sit on the airport company board. And so those councillors, whoever they are, I know one of them's got to be the mayor, knew what was going on in the boardroom at the airport company. And I just don't agree with what happened. And now you're going to have to...
We don't have elected members on subsidiary boards. And
okay.
As far as I know, nobody around this
Well, I understood that there's 3 councillors sit on the airport company board.
You're thinking of CCHL board. And as far as we know, that nobody knew about what was happening. And so we've got Melanie with another question. Victoria, have you finished?
Just very quickly, I can see what's going to happen is that the council, or the airport company, is going to have to sell the land eventually at a loss. The people who are still sitting on it are going to buy it back, and they'll be pocketing.
Well, you've got a crystal ball that we haven't got. They could sell it.
No. But I mean, we need restraint. We need restraint. Us retired ratepayers cannot afford all the flashy stuff.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate you coming. It was nice to hear from you.
Thank you.
Do we have Brian Gerard here?
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Brian.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning. I sent my submission in with regard to to something that means an awful lot to me. I've lived out in Harewood for 25 years, and the traffic intersection between Breens Road, Harewood Road and Gardens Road is a disaster just waiting to happen. I have been in contact with Aaron, my local councillor, over the years several times about this. We nearly got there at one stage until up came another idea about the Wings to Wigram cycleway, and as if we need another cycleway as far as I'm concerned. My concerns for it is I've seen so many accidents over the 25-year period I've been there, near misses, and I think it's just a disaster just waiting to happen. It's got, I put in my submission that there was 4 lanes of traffic to cross plus a centre plot. I'm actually wrong now because there's actually 6 lanes. There's a turning lane as well. So 3 lanes going east to west on both sides of the road, plus a centre plot to get through. And sometimes if you're a driver that is not very confident, it's quite overwhelming. If I ever get to the intersection, which I use all the time, I come out of where I live, Lockmore onto Breens, then I hit Harewood Road. If I don't get to that intersection where I'm number 1 in the queue, I'm like most other people and I turn left and go up as far as the Copenhagen Bakery and take the U-turn and go back. And the same thing happens on the people travelling south from Gardeners Road. They go left and take the U-turn opportunity. That obviously creates another set of problems when there's a lot of traffic using the road, and it is a busy road between 7 o'clock and 9:30 in the morning, around lunchtime, and from 2:30 until 5 o'clock in the evenings. You get the people out there turning left, they're using the right-hand side of the dual carriageway, but they can't get around because there's a queue of other cars waiting to do the U-turn, thereby blocking traffic up again. I think the means of roadways and traffic lights, all we're trying to do, I would think that everybody's trying to do, is to keep traffic moving so there are no hold-ups. But when people come to a situation like that intersection and you get an unconfident driver, they literally freak out. They sit there, they look at the distance they have to safely get across. There's no position on that intersection for you to get halfway across and then wait before you go the second part. You've got to cross 6 lanes of traffic. And if you're an unconfident driver, you sit there and just literally freak out. I've seen it. I've been behind people do it. And then they wait and wait. Then they get pressure builds up behind them until they just make a stupid move. And somehow, 90% of the time they get across. I think it's really a terrible, terrible intersection. You've got the school children coming out, crossing that road. There's an opportunity there now to put in a pedestrian crossing, a controlled intersection, and I think the traffic lights should be the same as the ones that are on Innes Road when you're travelling north to south, where it meets Papanui Road. You've got a right-hand arrow comes on for you to turn right for a certain amount of time. Then that light changes to red, and the other ones go to green. But then that one, the right-hand arrow, goes from red back to green. So you can therefore get another couple of cars out in the intersection and around, thereby keeping traffic moving. I'm sure that's just what we all want without people taking unnecessary risks. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Nice to see you. Okay, so we'll go to call Jacqueline Simons. Jackie, how are you?
Good. It's autofill on the computer. Does that with my name sometimes. Good morning again, everyone. I've sat here many times in the last couple of years to talk about Bromley and what the people of Bromley have had to put up with in regards to the smell from the compost plants and, of course, from the wastewater treatment plant and everything that goes along with that. And I've heard many of you, say how much you feel for the people of Bromley. Well, I'm here today to say it's well past time for thoughts and prayers and platitudes. The Bromley Roading Project was in the annual plan until the latest draft, and then it was taken out. The Bromley Roading Plan has been in the wind for coming up now 4 years. I've attended many community meetings. We've had workshops, and the program is ready to go. I have it on good advice that it's ready to go. So I'm here today to say I want that Bromley roading plan back in the annual plan. The people of Bromley deserve to have their roads fixed. They have been waiting for years and years and years. Our own mayor campaigned on fixing roads in the east, and it's just not happening. So my submission is almost entirely about this section of the city, and I'm looking, and I approve of the Air Force Museum. Right? I approve of that getting some money. Scrutton's Road, I see the need for that, and I do not envy the fact that you have to go through and cut things out and put things in and make it all balance. But it's about our whole city, and it's while you're sitting here doing it when crunching numbers with figures. The people in Bromley have suffered with these smells and ongoing rubbish they've put up with for 16 years. And I just implore you to actually put this project back into the plan and get some of these absolutely horrendous roads fixed. They're just awful. And pretty much that's all I have to say if you have questions.
Thank you, Aaron. And
yeah, thanks, Jackie. Thanks for your advocacy. So the only feedback I've had around the Bromley roads is from a handful of people. So I'm going to say 3 or 4 have contacted me re Smith Streets and the speed humps and stuff, and so they're all opposed. And what's your position or the community's position on the 120 proposed speed humps for the Bromley area?
Right. The only people that I've had come to me with problems on Smith Street are people who don't live in Smith Street. The people in Smith Street came to us, to Paul and I, and asked for that to happen in Smith Street. Right. So the people who are inconvenienced by it are the very people that we wanted to inconvenience by it.
So you support the 120 speed humps?
I haven't said I didn't say that.
Right.
We're talking about Smith Street.
Yeah.
We haven't done the final approval for those things, so there will be changes, absolutely. I would look at each one as to where it is. But there is a boy racer attitude in that area. So if we're going to slow those down, then I will bring in anything that will help slow those people down. When we slowed down Hay Street, the feedback on Facebook was, screw the council, I'm going to continue to go 80 down there if that's what I want to do. So we have an attitude, we have people out doing burnouts, doing wheelies. We have some problems in there that these things can fix. Our concern of the people that were at the workshops was our kids are having difficulty getting to school, right? We should be, the kids should be safe to walk to school without having to worry about people driving around at 80 k's around these, some of these streets are actually quite wide. Like Hay Street's got quite wide and they just use it like a racetrack. So maybe it's 120 or speed humps. I don't know what the number is, but if a speed hump is going to make our children safer in the suburban streets in Bromley, then I'm for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to be clear. I was just a little bit unclear from your submission. Are you supporting the Scruttons, like the nearly $7 million for the Scruttons Road crossing for a couple of people a day, or the way that project's been funded?
I don't think that's what Jackie said.
That's not what I said, Johnny. What I've said is the council is here for the whole city, and I understand that you have to pay for things in other areas that I don't live in. And that's, when we sat at, and discussed the Air Force Museum, one of our board members said, oh, why should we support that? It's not in our area. So I turned around and said, QE2, hot pools, right? You were supporting of that for us. So yes, I will support that.
Sorry, just to be clear, when submitters come in and want things spent in their area, they're often asked, what would you substitute? The way that Scruttons Road is being funded is by cutting projects in the Linwood ward. So are you supportive of Scruttons Road?
I'm not going to say that Scruttons Road is responsible for having our projects cut.
It's part of a big mix, and
It's
I don't
part of
think
the
you
big
should have
mix.
to answer that, Jackie. So actually, your time is up. But thank you
Great.
very much. And
Yeah.
that was a pretty hard-hitting submission in a short period of time, and we listened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we would. We'd expect nothing less. Have we got Anthony Field here? Yep. Hello, Anthony. Come to the table for your 5 minutes. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you for having this community feedback. I think it's really important. A recent report showed that Christchurch City's total greenhouse gas emissions have reduced by just 1% since 2017. 1%. In 2019, Christchurch City Council declared a climate and ecological emergency and set targets to halve emissions by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2045. How on earth are we going to achieve those goals if we can only reduce by 1% over the last 8 years? In Christchurch, transport emissions are more than half of the city's total greenhouse gas emissions. It's about 54%. It's great that we have $2 bus fares. It's great that more and more of our buses are electric. Our ever-increasing cycleways are awesome. I biked here today. Please keep that up. The elephant in the room is private car use. On-road petrol and diesel use accounts for about 38% of emissions. I urge Christchurch City Council to be brave and actually confront this huge source of emissions. There are some very successful examples of cities that have done this. London started its low emissions zone way back in 2008. In Paris, a majority of voters passed a strategy to reduce SUVs from its city centre. The referendum, which passed with 54% of votes, tripled parking fees for vehicles that weigh 1.6 tonnes or more to €18 per hour. I urge you to be brave. If you don't do anything, car use is only going to go up. I urge you to be brave. There are proven examples of things you could do today that would reduce emissions. In summary, on-road petrol and diesel use accounts for 38% of our total gross emissions. If you don't do anything, this number is only going to go up. I urge you to be brave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Barber?
Yep.
Thanks, Anthony. Obviously, those cities you mentioned have pretty substantial public transport facilities. What are your thoughts on our bus network in Christchurch in terms of?
It's pretty good. I think the simplicity of $2 bus fares is great. I don't quite understand why you don't see Christchurch as a city that's similar to these other cities. It's a city. It's what you guys make it to be.
But I guess what I'm saying is comparing it to London and Paris, they have underground transport. So, you know, there are alternatives for people. And I guess what I'm saying is, you know, our alternative essentially is above ground, is buses.
Why is that?
Yeah, good question.
Why don't we go underground? I mean, London is a city just like Christchurch is a city. You've got to start somewhere. And if we don't do anything, the emissions are only going to go up.
Yeah.
and yet you guys have promised for them to go down. How does that work?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
One more question.
No, sorry, time's up. Thanks,
Yeah,
Anthony. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys as well. The easiest emissions to cut are the first emissions.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Anthony Goff, good timing. Welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. My biggest worry is that we've got rates increases every year that are 3 or 4 times the current run of inflation. So over the last 10 years, you've done 100% rates increase. My rents and my bars do not go up 100% in 10 years. They go up 2.5% every year. I implore you to actually seriously look to your budget and say, if you want to do more than 2 inflation, 2.2 at the moment, then you need to take something off your budget. There's no point in just keep saying, oh, nice to have, let's put another hump along Dean's Avenue for an extraordinary amount of money and put it only on one side of the road. That is just loopy. So I just say that in the real world, we have to look at our budget hard. We can't just say, oh, just put another 8% onto my rents. It doesn't work like that in the real world. And I think people here don't understand that. So that's my biggest worry, is that actually you're killing our businesses. You can't, if we did 100% increase on our food and beverage, nobody would buy it. So something's squeezing in the middle. The people who you're squeezing are actually the businesses. And businesses, although they don't vote in the centre city, they do vote in their homes, and they will vote. And those people who want to put their hand up and say, hey, let's do another 8.2% increase, I'm sorry, you'll find they'll vote against you. So please, think seriously about reducing your increase in rates. There are a couple of other things that I wanted to briefly talk about. I heard the previous gentleman saying, I implore you to, force cars out of the town. I'm sorry, I'm 76 years of age. I'm not going to ride a bicycle. There are people like me who actually contribute enormously to the city, and if the assumption that we're all going to ride bikes is totally loopy. I'm sorry, 95% of people actually drive cars in the centre city. We've actually got a high water table here, unlike Paris and unlike London. So to go underground, it actually costs a huge amount of money because you're in water. I was going to put an underground car park, quickly lost interest when I found out what the water table was at the terrace. So it's a reality check. I know, lovely to have, a massive underground network like London with its 10 million people, in Paris. We don't have that population base. I noticed that we seem to have an awful lot of unusual traffic light situations where there's a red arrow to stop cars turning left or right on most intersections these days that are going in, regardless of whether there's a cycleway or pedestrians. There's a button there for them, and there's, often there's on the corner of Hereford Street and Cambridge Terrace, there's a don't turn left arrow. Everyone waits. There's no cyclists coming through. There's no pedestrians. If they are, I don't have a problem with the red arrow, but I do have a problem with it just automatically turning there. And that's either incompetence or it's a deliberate effort by somebody in council to actually, is it deliberate? Yeah. So, that needs to be spoken to the council officers who are doing that as a deliberate effort. There's also some poorly executed road upgrades. Sanassa Street's a classic example. You've killed the businesses there. Thank you very much. That helped me a lot at the terrace, but it didn't help those businesses. And you've got things like Park Terrace, used to be dual way both ways. And what have you done? You put a cycle lane down one side. Gee, there's a huge big wide riverbank on the side. You could have put it there, but no, we'll cut a lane out. And then where we don't cut it out, we'll paint white lines to make sure we can't have car parking along there. No, that is just loopy. That's nutty. And I'm sorry, you've got some nutty people in your traffic planning. You've got people like Manchester Street, which is called an avenue. No, it's a bus lane, and don't dare go down there because it's horrible. You're stopping all the time. Gloucester Street, you just put some new temporary installation there. I know that'll be permanent. And again, you've destroyed Gloucester Street. And, I know you didn't want to put any car parks for real people like me along Gloucester Street for the new Court Theatre or the other facilities there. But actually, there are people like me that aren't riding a bike and are unlikely to take a bus, and that will actually dissuade us from going to those fabulous facilities.
Your time is up. So
Lovely.
5
I will leave
minutes
you to it.
of a big bleak to us, and we heard what you're saying. Thank you. Can we get a response to him about the red arrows? It would be helpful. Thank you. What the rationale is, because pardon? Thank you. So that's good news, Anthony. The red arrows are being worked on by Transport. So there you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We now have Alicia and Paul from Life in Vacant Spaces. Good to see you both.
Yeah, thanks for having us here. I'm Paul Lonsdale. I chair the Life in Vacant Spaces Trust, and Alicia's going to, she's our project director. She'll take us through the presentation.
We are Life in Vacant Spaces. We're a charitable trust that connects vacant spaces to people with big ideas. We have 2 part-time employees and 8 volunteer board members. We are passionate about creating diverse opportunities across Otatahi where anyone can give something a go. We partner with community groups, creative projects, social enterprises and startups. We established in 2012 following the Christchurch earthquakes. Back in that time, we worked with a lot of vacant sites. As our city has built up, we now work with a lot of indoor spaces. Since that time, we have supported over 800 individuals in their projects and ideas. We support creativity and community. Here are some of our current projects. The Lives Incubator sits at 110 Cattle Street. It's a 20-foot container we designed as a blank canvas, making an accessible and affordable temporary city space to bring people's visions to life. Over the 2.5 years we've had the container on site, originally only there for 6 months, we have supported 25 projects. This is a mix of creative, community organisations, education and events. It has given many a boost into the spotlight in such a key central location. Recently, we hosted Otatahi Creative Spaces in the Incubator. They are an arts and mental health charity in Christchurch who support people who have experienced mental distress and trauma. They held their bigger picture exhibition there and sold 345 tiny artworks and larger works, which raised funds for the organisation. The operation manager says the incubator has been having ripple effects for us and our artists. We have so many more friends and supporters since this time. Really special for us, for our creative community to be in such a public space. We feel like it's propelling us into the year with confidence. Rad Bikes have been a participant with us since 2013. In 2023, we managed to find them an indoor home at 160 Litchfield Street. Having an indoor space has made a massive difference to our organisation, doubling our public sessions, boosting volunteer numbers and improving the quality of our services. More young people, retirees and women now feel safe and welcome, and our community is stronger because of it. That's from Jess Smale, who is the director of RAD. We have a space licensed at 231 High Street. This space was vacant since 2011. In 2023, we managed to secure a licence for the downstairs area, which was an open space. 12 months after moving in, the entire lower floor of the building has been leased, highlighting another benefit of what we do for the city. Now upstairs, in the upstairs space, Lean Canvas are a dynamic co-working studio and space for innovators and startups. One startup they have supported is now nearing a 7-figure valuation. They have held over 150 events, providing a key agile venue with a no red tape policy. Walk Lightly are a circular soft textile initiative in Otatahi, a platform for local sustainable designers and artists. We put them into the space 6 months ago. I cannot speak highly enough of the support Lives have provided me. Their personal yet professional approach has lifted not only my mission, but helped me as an individual, an artistic coordinator bridging into a business environment. We hold the licence for the site on the corner of Peterborough Street and Manchester Street, which we've had since 2015. Originally used by Cultivate, it now is managed by the Food Resilience Network. They have held the licence since 2022 and are running a successful urban farm and growing produce for the Otakaro Orchard Building Cafe project, which is set to open later this year. As you can see, we support a diverse range of projects. We receive 80 to 100 inquiries per year, which is anything looking for space, some support, advice into business, relationships, knowledge, and sharing contacts. We currently hold 20 site licences across Otatahi, which hold a commercial rental value of up over $1 million for little or no cost for our participants. As highlighted, these projects and testimonials, it's not just about providing space, it's about us creating an environment that nurtures confidence and helps individuals to thrive. We contribute to local economies by supporting business growth, enhancing mental health through community connection, strengthening ties to the city, offering a space for innovation, and help to increase safety by activating vacant spaces across the city. Life in Vacant Spaces is excited to be appointed as the long-term managers for the Village Green in New Brighton. We are proud to be an integral part of the Greater New Brighton Revitalisation Project, and the Village Green has the potential to become a key community hub in the area. With the background and knowledge Life in Vacant Spaces have, we are a strong organisation to help this project thrive. Otatahi's creative sector is thriving and is consistently growing. We have ideas to expand community and creative hubs that will benefit our city. Our focus will be on cultural identity and engagement, inclusivity, economic and social growth and collaboration. LIVS is a vital part of Christchurch's creative ecosystem. We support grassroots organisations and community projects with deep local knowledge that is essential to meeting community needs. Recent feedback from the government's creative strategy, Amplify, has been strong in saying don't overlook our local creatives. Mayor Major, you recently said in an All In for the Arts talk that you physically, spiritually and emotionally, Christchurch City Council is absolutely committed to supporting the arts. When enabled, organisations like Life in Vacant Spaces can do this work on the ground on your behalf. We had a funding cut of 30% last year, which does not even cover the cost of a full-time employee for our organisation, increasing challenges where we are struggling to maintain our traditional support levels. Our request for continued support is for Council to reaffirm the commitment to the Place Partnership Plan, Place Partnership Fund in the annual plan, review re-establishing a multi-year funding for long-term planning, and continue the rates incentive program to keep spaces accessible for us. We're dedicated to making a lasting change and enhancing growth and wellbeing of Christchurch. With your continued support, we can empower individuals, reach new heights and build a resilient, thriving city. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you very much. That's really good. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Alicia and Paul. Thanks so much for coming in. It is also disheartening to hear that there was a 30% cut in your funding. I am running Riccarton, which is the second busiest ward in the city outside of the CBD. And there are a lot of vacant spaces in the area. I'm sure the community would be interested in trying to fill those.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be interested in that sort of devolved
Yeah, certainly.
approach?
In the past, our remit has been 60% city, 40% suburbs, but we're always looking for opportunities, and we have, as I said, so many inquiries. We're always looking for that space.
Great.
We find the problem getting the developers to be on our side, so if we can have that support in any way, we'd love that.
That actually was leading on to my next question, was what are the difficulties in doing that? I'm also recognising that on the west side, Westfield own quite a lot of them, which is quite easy to get into. The other part is the developer side. But I'd love to talk more about that offline. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Thank you. Celeste, yes?
Just picking up on the funding cut, because after we transitioned to the long-term plan, they changed the way that they manage that fund. So you've gone from multi-year funding, where you can sort of think long-term, to annual funding. Is that right?
Correct.
Plus you've had a cut. So would that be a barrier then to extending out into other needed areas such as Riccarton?
It definitely, we usually we can sign licences with our participants from 2 weeks up to 12 months plus. So in that long-term planning, without that long-term commitment to funding, it definitely hinders our work.
So that's something we might
keep
pick up.
pushing forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, Tim?
Thank you. And look, the funding cuts are really hard juggle, and you're certainly not the only group that received one of those. Do you get other funding? So one of the issues was RATA changing, and a lot of people came to us. So do you get funding from other organisations as well as the council?
What we've found as a project, as an organisation in the past, we're very fortunate to be funded by council in an operational sense.
Yep.
A lot of funds out there ask for project-based funding, so we are more giving our participants the information of how they can apply for that funding. It's very hard for us to apply for operational funding elsewhere, So now I have future plans to look more at how we can be more of a project-based organisation, still delivering our mission, but coming under that LIVES umbrella. So it's certainly something I'm looking into.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Great to see you both. Thank you very much.
And just one last thing, we do have some of our 10-year books. If you haven't got one, we'll leave this wee pile here for you guys.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We did give some out.
Some people will have them, some may not, so please feel free.
Okay, right. Next we have Murray James from Richmond Residents and Business Association. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Lovely to see you all again. Look, I'll be reasonably brief. We...
You're using up his time.
Indeed, and the sentiment was well received. Thank you. Look, from a We Are Richmond point of view, we've sort of tried to dispense with the fuddy-duddy Residents and Business Association phrase, so we call ourselves We Are Richmond, or WAR. We're actually really pleased with how Council addressed changing the annual plan and putting back certain elements of community funding that had initially been cut for austerity reasons. In our view, Council has done a good job of balancing the competing demands, and we thank you for that, and particularly for hearing community and responding appropriately to those needs. There's a bunch of things in the written submission that are detailed, and you will have read that. For us, we would like to actually focus in on, I suppose, more of a strategic level in terms of our commentary, and I'll draw on from a We Are Richmond perspective, but also more broadly, the comments of former Dean Peter Beck recently, who indicated that he felt, as we feel, that some parts of council, typically not the elected members, I'll add, consider community to be more of a nuisance or a buzzing mosquito to be swatted away in the pursuit of staff's agenda. We'd like to take this opportunity to reinforce that that is the feeling in some cases. It's not universal, but where it does occur, it's quite disheartening for groups like us who are volunteers. We're very passionate about our communities and the projects that we're involved in. And so to that end, I'd like to draw your attention back to the strategic priorities of the long-term plan, which, whilst they're not stated in the annual plan documentation, or not that I could see, they are still highly relevant from our point of view. And the first of them, and perhaps most importantly, is to be an inclusive and equitable city, which puts people at the centre of developing our city and district, prioritising wellbeing, accessibility and connection. And then the second, to build trust and confidence in the council through meaningful partnerships and communication, listening to and working with residents. Those strategic priorities resonate with us. At the time, our committee felt that if council elected members and staff can deeply embed those values in their daily activity, what a wonderful city Aotautahi will be. That remains the case. We encourage that those priorities get a revision, if you like, or get brought front of face to all parts of council, and that those that perhaps linger in some of the older ways of viewing community and its activity, just give them a wee nudge in this direction. We're not a nuisance. We can be exceedingly useful, and there are small numbers but very active numbers of participants in We Are Richmond and more broadly that are delighted to do so at limited cost or no cost to council, thereby amplifying the outcomes. So from our perspective, once again, I think council did a great job of balancing competing demands in this annual plan. We appreciate that not everybody is happy all of the time, and that compromises and things being pushed out have to happen. We're here to work with you, and we appreciate the ongoing support.
Thank you very much, Murray. Has anyone got any questions of Murray? No, but you can continue talking as long as you like in the same vein.
That's okay.
We'll thank you very much for coming
Let you
in.
grab a bit of leeway for later.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora koutou.
Okay, so now we have Murray Jameson.
We're just waiting for Murray.
Murray, we're waiting for Murray, who is here. Is that you, Murray? Nope, not a Murray. Sorry, who was it?
David Lorraine.
Oh, David. Yeah, can see way down there. Good timing, mate. Fire straight up the front.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
There's a plan.
Good to see you. Well done.
Nice. Might get warm in a few minutes. Rightio, straight into it, is it?
It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. My name's David Laurie. I'm a retired Commissioner Officer of Police, currently a part-time farmer. I live on a 16-acre farmlet in Yoldhurst. When purchased, this land was not subject to residential development exclusion rules due to the airport reverse sensitivity rules. However, this changed, and the current 50 dBA LDN air noise contour has the effect of denying further residential properties being built on our land. 50 dBA sound equates to slightly normal raised speech. That's about the level there. Submission. I have two separate issues I wish to address to this whole submission. The first issue is aimed at ensuring this year's annual plan moves to ensure the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan is actually enabled or operationalised, or whatever word you use to make it actually happen. The plan is developed at a cost of more than $3 million, was widely consulted and has been agreed on by all of Canterbury's councils, yet remains just another report until it is enabled. The plan concluded that the 50 dBA LDN noise contour level is too low and should be removed. This finding is supported by the world-leading acoustic and airport contour design expert, Professor John Paul Clark, who identified that much of the land impacted by this unique restriction already had a background noise that exceeded 50 dBA. As a result, this residential avoidance rule is untenable, unreasonable, and disregards landowners' land use rights. Its removal represents a significant additional rating opportunity for council. Income with zero risk to the airport's business continuity. The currently paused ECAN-led regional policy statement contains staff recommendations to ECAN commissioners on this subject. District plans should inform the community about potential noise exposure when considering renting or living within that contour. So it's advisory only. The second part was that the dBA LDN noise contour should not be used as a reason to restrict new noise-sensitive activities due to airport noise. I've put the reference where those documents are for your ears if you wish to look at them. Millions have been wasted on CAL's ongoing litigation over this air noise contour. Councillors seem to be tone deaf about the reputational damage it has created and the significant loss opportunity for additional rating income it causes. CAL is likely to appeal the RPS if it includes this clause. It is time to direct CAL via the current district plan or via leadership direction to cease all opposition to this issue. Government's RMA reforms are clear that greater cognizance of landowners' land use rights is coming, as will be landowners' ability to seek compensation from councils where landowners' rights are frivolously extinguished, as has been the case with the current avoidance rule. There is an opportunity for you to front foot this issue and grab the rating income opportunity in this year's district plan. So I'm trying to offer an opportunity, really. Second issue relates to the overall financial position of Christchurch City Council. I've supplied you with expert analysis of the Christchurch City and its wider group's financial position. It should be in your system all there. It represents hundreds of thousands of dollars of expert analysis, really, which presumably you've done yourselves, but it's there. My concern is the district plan lacks the urgency needed to address the high debt levels and poor returns identified. Your plan continues to focus on low priority fad developments, in my view, such as proposed wheels to wings cycle routes, as an example. Efforts to reduce ratepayers' cost increases lack urgency, in my view. Actual control, ownership and liability for quality financial stewardship remains with the Mayor and the councillors. Do councillors fully appreciate the fact that a financial crisis and reputational crisis actually exists? The major financial risk is the very high and increasing debt levels. It really is a disgrace that the council entities have been allowed to have their liabilities grow to a level that it now exceeds all their total assets, exceeds it by $414 million. Why has this not been managed better? What systems have been put in place to ensure the situation does not continue to deteriorate? Total overall group interest-bearing debt on 30 June 2023 is $3 billion, an increase of $257 million from 2022. Do you councillors know what it is now, right now? I can tell you it's increased several hundred million. The council and the group are not currently in a position to repay bank debt. The total group interest costs, just interest costs, in 23 was $176 million. The ongoing trend is increased debt and debt servicing costs, which it seems no urgency to aggressively rein in. Debt levels, for example, would explode if the proposed new Terrace airport was to go ahead. An informed estimate indicates that the cost of that airport's proposed runways alone will be at least $1 billion, not including any buildings.
David, have you got much further to go?
About 2 minutes. Or a bit. It's about 2 pages.
If you can wrap it up, because there's one question that
Okay.
they put their hand up, so I'll do that.
Okay. The project is actually on hold, apparently. I want to indicate, what does this mean? Estimates are that the CIL is still spending about $6 million a year on this on-hold project. And I indicate that there's another opportunity for people to cancel the project, save the $6 million that's being spent each year on this annual cloud on-hold project, and recover some of the $60 million cost of the 800 hectares you've purchased, thereby reducing debt. The other visible issue is a return on all your $17 billion of group assets is under 2%, is about 2%. So my situation is the proposed 7.58 rates increase, largely brought on by, I believe, poor management, is unacceptable. A laser-sharp focus on reducing debt, increasing investment returns, and bringing down rates down to at least inflation level is required. But I don't see that in the annual plan.
And so Sarah had a hand up, so we'll do that.
Thanks. At a slightly smaller level, when it comes to decisions that we make in the annual plan, we often get a choice at the very last moment, once all the year's kind of wrapped up. If there's a surplus, and there's usually a small surplus, whether to use that surplus to reduce the rates take or to pay down debt. And one of those is short term, so it slightly offsets the next year's rates, so it brings the rates down a little bit. And the other one has a longer term impact by having less debt, less interest over time. Of those two, which do you think that we should be doing at the end of the annual plan?
Well, I think that it's even worse than that. I think, sure, reduce debt, but I don't think your plan is showing a laser focus on doing that. I'm not sure there's appreciation of how bad these figures are. 2023, now I know the current figures, and there's a reason I know, because there's been more work done on it.
Yeah.
But do you people know it?
Yeah. But everyone talks about reducing debt, and when push comes to shove every time,
Reducing, what I would do is
we
this.
tend to do short-term sugar hits instead of long-term.
Short-term reduce debt, require your companies to have a better return, and use that return to reduce debt, but using that to actually kill projects that I call fad, and use those savings to reduce debt. Your debt levels are, I mean, if I was in business and I had $17 billion in play and I got under 2%, I'd be firing people.
Thank you, David. You've used up all sorts of time, but thank you so much
Thank
for
you
making
very
the
much
effort to
for
come in.
listening.
Good on you, mate. Okay, so we'll just skew back. Iona is here. Next generation conversation. Good morning, Just.
Morning. Kia ora koutou. Hello everyone. My name is Iona and this is Bronte and Hannah. Thank you for letting us share our thoughts about the draft annual plan 2025 to 2026. We understand you've read our submission. In doing so, you'll see that our feedback today is focused on the strong support for establishment of a climate resilience fund. We are representing the Next Generation Conversation, which is a group of 16 kids aged 10 to 16 from Otatahi, Christchurch, who care about climate change. We meet regularly to talk about these issues, work alongside others, and discuss how we can make a difference.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora. You have heard from us before numerous times, mainly around our right to have a say on things that interest and affect us, but especially climate change. I sat here only a couple of months ago providing feedback on the Whakaoko adaptation plan.
Tēnā koutou. Like all of you, we are very busy people and have a lot of different other commitments. School, extracurricular things like sports and drama, and of course our family and friends. However, we make time for this and these kind of opportunities because it is important to us to keep learning, engaging and sharing our perspective as children and young people. To lay the foundation for our feedback and to reflect our collective views as the team who are unable to be here today, we would like to share our NGC values. They guide our feedback today and all that we do as a team. They are one of the guiding forces for why we write our submissions, and we try to take them into account for everything we do. These values include diversity and equity, respect and kindness, communication and listening, and working with the natural environment and all other living things. Before we clarify the NGC's support for the Climate Resilience Fund, we would like to read a poem we think helps support our position. It is called A Poem About Responsibility by Charles Osgood. There was a most important job that needed to be done and no reason not to do it. There was absolutely none. But in vital matters such as this, the thing you have to ask is who exactly will it be who'll carry out the task?
Anybody could have told you that everybody knew that this was something somebody would surely have to do. But since nobody was unwilling, anybody had the ability, but nobody believed that it was their responsibility.
It seemed to be a job that anybody could have done, if anybody thought they were supposed to be the one. But since everybody recognised that anybody could, everybody took for granted that somebody would.
But nobody told anybody that we were aware of, that they would be in charge of seeing it was taken care of, and nobody took it upon themselves to follow through and do what everybody thought that somebody would do.
When what everybody needed so did not get done at all, everybody was complaining that somebody dropped the ball. Anybody could then see it was an awful crying shame, and everybody looked around for somebody to blame.
Somebody should have done the job, and everybody should have. But in the end, nobody did what anybody could have.
We have 3 main points that we would like to highlight from our submission in our presentation today. They are intergenerational equity, education, and support and reassurance. I will speak to intergenerational equity. We believe that it is super important that we don't just kick the can down the road for future generations to deal with. We also believe that what you and I have now, others should have as well, if not better, in the future. We need to be focusing on long-term solutions, not short-term, meaning we can think ahead, like you've done with the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan. We believe it's not fair to make our kids pay for the problems we and generations before us have created. We need to start setting aside money now to deal with the problems that will result from climate change. We also believe that the contributions to the Climate Resilience Fund need to be fair and equitable. Maybe people who have more money could pay a bit more to help those who have less. If everyone pitches in now, it'll make a big difference later. Another key point, I believe, is that the fund needs to be sustainable. We think the fund should be saved for about 30 years. This way we can respond to climate change emergencies in the future whilst still keeping some money in the fund for future problems that come along. A future council shouldn't have to deal with these costs with no preparation. Having a fund like this will help keep rates from going up too much later on. I believe it's super important for us to plan and get the whole community working together on this. By supporting you to set up a climate resilience fund, we are honouring our values of respect and kindness and showing manaakitanga towards future generations.
Our second main point in this presentation is education. We often discuss the importance of education in many of our submissions, but how much of a difference can being educated really make? For example, when I first started in this climate change program, it felt crazy big and almost impossible to tackle. However, as I began to learn more about what was happening, what we were doing, and how we as children and as individuals could make a difference, I started to feel more hopeful. It reassured me that this is something we can work together to fix. With this newfound knowledge, I was able to make more informed decisions about my future and the world I'll be growing up in. I think this will be similar for many others. If they are informed about why this needs to happen, what they need to do, and how all of this is helping, they will feel reassured that this is not some impossible task. They also need to be reassured that you as the council and we as the proposers are alongside them the whole way and fully support them. We will also reassure them that even if they are too busy to help with something else that involves their time, contributing to this fund, however small, is something that they can do to help and that they are helping to create a better future for themselves and their family.
And finally, our final point. Support and reassuring. The fund acknowledges that climate change is real and it's here, and things are already starting to happen. Like more frequent and severe weather events, the fund is reassuring and supportive, as it says you and we care, and we have a plan to help not only for us now, but people who aren't even born yet. It's reassuring to know that in the event of a climate-related disaster happening, that there's that sum of money that will be there to support the recovery, rather than placing a huge financial burden on my generation. We appreciate you listening to the ideas we have developed as part of our discussions as the next generation conversation. We welcome questions and discussion.
Thank you.
Good. Tyler first, then Tim, please. Very good. Well done.
Kia ora koutou. That was amazing. Thank you so much for that. Who's behind you in the stands?
We have Sean and my mum.
Awesome. I just wanted to give a shout out to you both too. Two quick ones. The first one is around your feeling. And I just want to know, from your perspective as a young person, what does the world feel like to you at the moment? And how do you feel we at the decision-making table have been making decisions?
Oh, good question. Well, I think you guys are trying your hardest and you're putting across your ideas, but I think especially what we talk about with intergenerational equity is getting the ideas from lots of different people, because of course, like, the older people in your council will see it very different, as they know, the Climate Resilience Fund probably necessarily isn't going towards them and stuff, but more towards us. So yeah, we just think a diversity of different people, cultures and ages would help.
That's a great answer. Next question is really quick. Was around education. You said education's key in your submission. Do you think it would be beneficial having your generation maybe talk to the residents via different channels around how important it is for you?
I believe we need to have a wide range of ideas on this, but as children and young people, we are going to be growing up in this world, so it might help and support them, but we also need to have people that they would actually trust, because as a 13-year-old, someone else is not going to trust my word as much as they would a counsellor's word or someone who's been here.
Necessarily like you guys putting it out there, people are more likely to listen to you. Like if we posted something right now explaining this, people would not look at it as much. But if it came up on a big news article like stuff or something, or posted by you guys or something, it's more likely to get considered as like a valuable idea.
You'd be surprised. Some people don't like us. So. Thank you so much.
Tim, please.
Yeah, thank you. Look, it's not going to be that far till you're sitting here, I'm sure. What are your thoughts with regards to, instead of individual councils looking at this issue, so the government, as it's done with Three Waters, takes a clip of, or puts a loading on taxes throughout the country, and that is put into a fund, and that is also looked at councils and other territory authorities to pay penalties if they aren't reaching the points that are required. Because you guys are going to inherit all of this. I was just wondering, rather than looking at these small pots all over the country, some working better than others, some aren't even looking at it, rather, it's because part of education is people get a bill and they see and they want to know why. I'd just be interested in your thoughts.
So are you asking, like, should you reinforce some of these points as becoming a type of law?
Well, the tax, you've got to pay tax. So if, for instance, government says, OK, you're paying 32 cents in the dollar, we're going to make it 35 cents because 3 cents is going to go to the climate fund to reduce what we have to reduce. And there will be penalties if certain things if you don't do these things, rather than, say, chopping little bits off around New Zealand. I could have explained it better, sorry.
No, that's all right. From what I'm getting, I think that would work, meaning every person has to pay their bit. Like, I mean, it's not that much. We did the research, it's really not that much over, like, a lifetime. It's not that much to pay, but I think, bit confused by your question, but yes. So that's right.
Okay, that's good.
So many people are. That's okay. Cheers. But thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to come in. It's not easy sitting there, and you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Now we have a hardy annual, Daryl Hall. Good to see you again, Daryl.
Time's up.
This is my inaugural presentation to this council.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I'll make a few brief points, particularly for the public who are interested but haven't been able to read the submission. I'm responding to the call for ideas to reduce or cut services to reduce rates, particularly in regard to community funding. Chumley Children's Centre provides free short-term planned or emergency respite care for children aged 5 to 12 in Canterbury and has been doing this for 100 years. We are 80% funded by the people of Canterbury, so as long as Canterbury wants us, we exist. Me, I've just been GM since November. I had also served on the board for 5 years and had 3 stays at Chumley in the 1970s, and now in my wider family we also have a child who is at Chumley. The main point of my submission is to urge you not to cut community funded services this year simply to reduce rates. I give reasons which I summarise as a small cut to an organisation can lead it into terminal financial decline. And while every rates dollar does matter, small cuts can't deliver material rates reductions but can deliver high costs to the city if an organisation is put into terminal financial decline. And it's just difficult to know those trade-offs. So it's better to do them strategically, not by producing a document per se, but following a process leading to decisions that deliver change. I propose that election year is typically a suboptimal time for nuanced debate. I propose that you do go through a process post-election leading into long-term plan decisions. So I think there are valid questions. It's just a matter of timing for me, for Chumley. Lastly, I state that Chumley knows it would have to justify its services and funding in such a process. However, I am certain that Chumley and our city benefits from a democratic, evidence-based approach. Thank you.
Well done. Okay. Samuel.
Hey, thank you, Daryl. It's always good to see you. I'm just wondering, obviously we have some financial pressures as a council. Do you want to just talk through, or if you can offer a view on how other external agencies are funding you? So I know we've talked in the past when you're working at council, in terms of different organisations like RATA or community trusts and things like that. Do you get much in the way of support from RATA?
Let me put that in a perhaps neutral policy context. RATA holds community funds to allocate for community purposes, so does council. Council has attractive democratic features that RATA lacks. Your briefings and decisions are in public. You do have to justify your decisions both to meet your statutory democratic obligations and the media oversight you enjoy. Council is subject to the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, so any person can find out if anything untoward is going on. So no, we are not getting funding from RATA, but the main point from policy processes is the process really matters, and I suspect, and I hope at this time that becoming more democratic is much more valuable now than ever.
So can I take from that that's a no, you're not getting much out of RATA?
That would be zero.
You're getting zero out of RATA?
Yeah, and that could be fine if there was a democratic public process that led to that people could interrogate. You will make hard decisions, and our organisation could suffer from that too, but it will be done in public, and people can understand why you've arrived at that decision, and that's really, really important.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Celeste, please.
Thank you. Would you say that you're noticing an uptick in the level of demand for the service that you guys are offering?
The problem is, since that I've created, since I started, is I've been very determined to communicate that we're a Canterbury service. We're not a Christchurch service. We do quite well for the Waimakariri. We don't do as well for Selwyn, for example. And so I'm determined to fix that. That means I'm stimulating demand at a time when funding is under pressure. Just to be very clear, I'm not asking for an extra dollar at all, not doing that. I'm much more focused on the democratic process and the timing of any conversation that leads to decisions.
Very good. Mark.
Thank you. Just hearing that you're a Canterbury service, do you get funding from other Canterbury councils as well?
We do actually, and from local organisations, Lions clubs, charities that are based, for example, in South Canterbury do that. So it is pretty broad based, and businesses actually, and corporate entities, individuals. We just had a event with Meadowbank out Leaston Way over the weekend. Fantastic. Yes.
All right. All good. As we've said, it's always very good to see you, Daryl. And my staff and my office went over to see you a couple of months ago, to see what you're doing, and it's outstanding. Anyone who thinking about having a look at Chumley and seeing what the wonderful work they do there, it is outstanding. So congratulations to
Thank you, and people are always welcome to visit, kick the tyres, see for themselves. And so concludes my inaugural presentation of this council.
And you're right, it is 100 years since you opened. Yanni, have you got a quick question?
I mean, just obviously there's been some discussion about community trust funding. We're just trying to be clear. Have they previously funded Chumley and just cut the funding, or is it just something that's always been a struggle? And then the second question, and feel free to choose which one you answer or how, but is if the children that you're looking after were making submissions to us today, what are the sorts of things you think they might be saying?
Well, this is actually much more about council, and I think one of the joys you might face is that should central government look at RATA, look at their purpose, look at your purpose, they will, well, why don't we bundle them together? Because you do a really good job, and the problem is, I know because I've seen the inner workings, I've met the staff, I've got great confidence in their empathy and their practicality at the same time. So I wonder why there is a need for a separate organisation, and whether that's actually a core role of local government. And I look at Councillor Kewen as I say that and wonder if I've maybe invited another question.
We're all good.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Very good indeed. Okay, Brad, please. We're a wee bit ahead of time, so I'm pleased you're sitting there.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Brad Cohen. I'm General Director of New Zealand Opera, and I addressed Council a year or two ago, but this is my first encounter with you in this forum. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here today in the middle of a week where New Zealand Opera is in Otautai for 3 sold-out performances at the Arts Centre, Great Hall of Mansfield Park. That's the first of 3 productions that we'll be in Christchurch for this year. We're returning for La Boheme, 3 performances in mid-year, and then a community opera, Monster in the Maze, in September. As successor to Canterbury Opera, New Zealand Opera is committed to Christchurch, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Christchurch City Council for your support across many years for our work. However, over the last decade, funding from the City Council for New Zealand Opera's operations has halved. In 2016, we were at $90,000 a year. We're now at $45,000. And I wanted to speak to you today because we're at a point now where our ability to return to Christchurch in 26 and beyond is in danger. From a statutory point of view, I need to emphasise that there is no funding obligation on us by either our principal funder, Creative New Zealand, or any of our other regional city councils to tour to Christchurch at all. It's something we do because we feel the responsibility of being the successors of Canterbury Opera, and we're passionately committed to our enthusiastic audiences who tell us they want more opera in Christchurch. We have applied to the Discretionary Response Fund for additional funding for our community opera later this year. But really what we're seeking from Council is a long-term, stable funding arrangement, because opera stars get booked up way ahead. We're currently on a 1-year planning cycle ahead. Pene Pate, who some of you will know, is currently booked up to 2029. So if we want to secure artists like him, we really need to enlarge our planning cycle, ideally to 2.5 years or beyond. It's also important that we plan ahead so we can embed Christchurch in our performing schedules. So in practical terms, what does that mean? I'm here today to seek your consideration for adding our organisation as a line item funding as part of the long-term plan. A long reach funding cycle like that will enable us to commit confidently to Christchurch going forward instead of the slightly hand-to-mouth arrangement we've got at the moment. We are very keen to keep presenting opera here, but I wanted to also signal to Council the risks that we're encountering currently. Thank you very much. I welcome any questions.
Okay. Questions? Celeste, please.
Do you do, I think you mentioned, but do you do outreach with schools, and with so
Yeah.
who? Which schools do you?
I haven't got the list, I'm sorry, but we've been in consultation with Kiri Jarden, the arts officer. We reach, I think, about 10 schools in the Canterbury region year on year. Our Opera in Schools is a stripped-down production that tours the Motu, North and South Island every year. And every year we are in this region.
And as part of that, is a consideration reaching schools that might not otherwise have the resources to run a program?
Absolutely. The challenge with low decile schools at the moment is that we currently charge a head cost of $5 per student to visit a school. However, the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra and the ballet have achieved specific funding to enable them to offer all these programs for free. It's really important to us that we reach every school that wants to see us, not just the schools that can pay. So we're currently seeking specific philanthropic support to enable us to offer it for free across the region.
Aaron, please.
Yeah, I'll throw 2 questions at you, Brad. One is, how come you need money if you come to Christchurch and have sold-out shows? Would be my first one, because that's most promoters' dream.
I'll tell you a little bit about opera economics.
Yep.
We never make money.
Okay.
We only spend money to make art. Our outgoings are 10 times the cost of our box office income in Christchurch alone. We're bringing crew, we're bringing truck
that sums it up. Cool.
Yeah.
Good. Because people would be thinking that. They hear it and go, oh, sold out shows, they should be doing well.
Yeah.
Then the other one is with reaching into especially lower decile schools and your program, how does that affect Māori and Pacific students, especially given some of our probably our biggest exports are Māori and Pacific singers.
Absolutely.
So how does that look going forward, and where does Christchurch sit in that?
Great, thank you. Our community opera, a community opera is where the community are involved not only as audience but as performers. So for this piece, Monster in the Maze, that we're doing in September, there's a youth chorus, a children's chorus and an adult chorus. And we're going to be going to all the communities in this region to source those performers from the region. We are probably going to do a multilingual presentation of the piece. It's originally composed in English, but we're going to do something that is reflective of the communities who are involved in performing them. And we've sent the call out for those local communities now. It actually interacts with opera in schools because that's an outreach opportunity for us to identify choirs and communities who want to participate.
Right. Thank you very much, and thank you for making the effort to come in. That's good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is Christopher here, please? Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
I'm speaking for myself personally as a professional, but also at the board meeting with Civic Trust on Tuesday this week. They endorsed my presentation as you've had. So I'm not asking for an extra 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. I want to concentrate on 2 or 3 matters I raise. One is that when you are putting up this amount of money, my question back to you is, what do you expect to get for it? Now, back in the days when we used to have the shuttle service, it was a member of the Civic Trust, David Thornley, a design person, who designed those buses. Are you expecting to get new buses and things like that from that 20,000? That's the question I put to you. I mentioned in my presentation, written one, the sort of service levels that people doing different things are looking for to be able to get around the central city. I'm now approaching 85 years old, and that my lifetime here in Christchurch, I have been moved from being an athlete to someone who stumbles around. So walking is not something that I can do as well as I used to do, and I'm just symptomatic of many other people in the community who, as they age, become somewhat mobility impaired. A bus service, moving so you can get around within the central city quite easily, helps those sorts of people. But there are all sorts of others I've listed as well. I give you the idea that maybe you should be looking for a competition, a design competition, to get you this inner bus service. In going out and asking for submissions right now and getting them, you are tapping into resources that exist already in the community. Out of that, surely we can distill something that will work and actually save you some money. Because it doesn't cost $20,000 for a report to tell you what to do. I could do it personally for a lot less than that. So I'm just really open to discussion and questions, and I'm going to leave it at that stage. Thank you.
Okay. Yanni, please.
Thank you. And I know you've been involved in this for a long time. Have you had any thoughts on the consideration of just having a free buses? So any bus, anyone within the 4 Avs can tap on and tap off, especially with the new ticketing system, that they just get free travel on existing buses in the central city, versus adding a new service, particularly with the congestion that may lead to.
My short answer to you on that one was both would be highly desirable. Inside the 4 avenues, if you had the ordinary buses that are running as a free bus service inside there, that helps, but they still don't give you the cross-town in the same near quadrants. From one side of the city to the other side through the centre, yes, that's fine, but from this side to halfway around, there's not. We have the orbiter service at the moment, which is outer ring. What you need is something much closer in to allow people to move around, and it'll give you greater parking opportunities as well of using street parking. But both are a good idea.
Okay. Any other questions? Celeste, please.
You mentioned sort of the importance of making things accessible. Sorry. You mentioned the importance of making things accessible for people that might struggle with mobility. Is there any other feedback you can give around that from your experience?
I'm sorry, I haven't caught the question.
In terms of increasing accessibility for people walking, is there anything else that you would give feedback on from your experience? So any other suggestions you might have?
Well, my experience has been that I've put off coming into the central city as much as possible. I come in by bus, go to the bus exchange, I have to walk from there, and I've had a gammy leg and it hasn't helped. But to be able to get on a service, I've got 3 that I've outlined to you as possibilities. You've got the north-south Colombo Street spine connecting different parts of the central city together through Cathedral Square. You've got an east-west one, which is on the map there as a red line on using Armour and Hereford Streets, actually coming through the square. And you've got the ring around for the 4 avenues. If you have those in place, you could come from anywhere and get pretty quick interchange to go to anywhere. And it would help the inner residential development as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing that to our attention and making the effort to come and see us. Very good to see you again. Okay. I think Marie's online. Are you?
Yes, coming.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Good on you. Okay. The floor is all yours. You've got 10 minutes, and thank you for waiting and going to the trouble of hooking on.
Wonderful. Thank you. I can't see you all. Don't know if that's my settings, but it's okay. Look, our submission from the Aotearoa Civic Trust is really about threat to life and safety. It sounds quite dramatic, doesn't it? But Christchurch City Council's Climate Action and Leadership page on its website says that communities need to be accessible and well connected. And that's a real issue for Aotearoa. And so our main request is for the funding of a climate adaptation plan for Aotearoa. We believe that this is critical for the strategy going forward for everything else, including the BP Meets submission process that's been open at the moment. Whakaraupo Littleton Harbour has just had its climate adaptation plan signed off by the councillors, and when we look at that planning, Littleton Township is not actually really in that because there's no effect by sea level rise to Littleton other than the port area, and Aotearoa conversely has major impact from sea level rise, including access roads. Again, we've seen just recently on the 18th of March the main road from Christchurch to Aotearoa being closed for flooding, and also at that same event a bridge washed out on a rural road. And so one of the reasons that I haven't come to town today to submit to the hearing is mobility and access, which is actually a real risk, and it is raining here. there's no warnings today, but it's a real risk that I can't get home to pick up my child from school. And then where would she sleep the night? Who would look after her? Those sort of things we have to think about as a rural community before we decide to come to Christchurch for the day. And that's not an exaggeration. We also believe that this submission is really about two things. It's about community strength and safety and tourism management. So those two things, community strength and tourism management, and those two things go together. The climate adaptation planning is the bedrock of tourism management. We can't have tourism in Ekaroa if we don't have a road, if we don't have parks, if we don't have places that those people can be managed and stay. Also, community strength and resilience is critical for heritage protection. That heritage protection, which is what the Ekaroa Civic Trust is about, is reliant on climate adaptation. That many of our heritage structures in Ekaroa need a climate adaptation plan for them to be secure in the long term. That is why we've asked the council not to develop the BP Meat site until a climate adaptation plan is available, so that we can understand the threat to those heritage structures and if we need to move them. Equally, there's many other things that may need to move, including the recreational and community facilities. So the second thing that we've asked for here is to have a steering group for the destination management plan. That's really critical, that the community fought quite hard against the destination management plan that was first proposed, and through extensive second round consultation with the community, we agreed to a community group that would work together with Christchurch NZ to implement the destination management plan. We don't see that happening, and we have heard that that won't happen, and that's really very concerning for the community, that our voices won't be heard again. We asked for the extension of the Ekaroa Service Centre hours, and we thank the council for the information centre. They're quite basic things that we need as a community going forward. We support the upgrade of the Ekaroa recreational facilities and the proposal for a multicultural community centre. We think that that's critical in Ekaroa at the moment because of the high suicide rate that Ekaroa has experienced in recent years. It's quite concerning that that hasn't been picked up previously by the council or by any leadership, that the suicide rate in Ekaroa is well above the national average at the moment. Te Whatu Ora's rate for the 2023-24 year was 11.2 suicides per 100,000 people, or 0.01% of the population. And in Ekaroa, the suicides that we know of have been 4 out of 780 people. That's 0.5% of the population. So I'll just go over that again because it's quite critical that that's understood, that the national average is 0.01% and the Ekaroa statistics are 0.5%. So we are calling on support from the council for the community cohesion and structure. We think that that is really critical, that the community has not had strong networks. There's been a change in the demographics of the town, and that needs to be reflected in the services that are available. So we really encourage that the community is supported in those aspirations. We also ask, along with the BP Meats submission process, that the Ekaroa Traffic Management Plan is updated. It has been, I don't know the year of it, it was done, and it has been sitting on a shelf. It's never been implemented. There is an increased number of recreational boats with huge trailers and large SUVs that come to Ekaroa for domestic tourism, and roads are often very, very narrow and very dangerous. It's quite incredible that there are not more accidents with the traffic and parking in Ekaroa. And alongside that, we ask for the community board and the council to go ahead. The community board has already put improving walking access along Beach Road as a priority, but nothing has come from that. We're simply asking for the outer edge of Beach Road to be straightened so that there's no dips and holes and trip hazards, so people are at the moment forced to walk in the middle of the road, which is obviously an issue. We just want them to be able to walk on the outside of the road and have a safe marking along the road, because of course we have Takapuniki and the Britomart Memorial that are incredible heritage values that we need to protect, but also we need to allow safe access to those, which is not there at the moment. And alongside the climate adaptation plan, which we don't have, and so we need to respond to emergencies as a community from a community response process, that we have more funding available for the emergency response team and the excellent work that the community has been doing there. I think that's all, and I'm happy to take your. Oh, I do have one other thing. So I would just like to point out again the Christchurch City Council Climate Action Plan. As a key thing of the submission, and also that the community board priorities and planning as well, that there is a strategy there for the climate adaptation planning. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Tyrone.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. Hi, Marie, it's Tyrone here. Kia ora.
Hi, I can't see you. Maybe I should change this.
But you can hear me all right, hopefully?
I can see you, yes. I can.
Oh, you can see me?
Okay.
Yeah. So just a couple of things. So just in terms of adaptation plan, so obviously I'm getting a sense of real urgency from you around that. So you've obviously seen the Littleton or the Whakaraupo one in Port Levy. Are you advocating for one for Akaroa Harbour or for the wider sort of Akaroa and the Bays area? Like what's the range that you're kind of looking at there? That's the first question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. Look, I think it's critical that Akaroa Township and the travel routes for the Akaroa Township are done as a priority. And I say that as a rural person, that I would love to see climate adaptation for all of rural Banks Peninsula as well. But I understand the length of the process that would need to go through. And I think Akaroa is actually critical. When you look at Littleton Whakaraupo's plan, the cost and the difficulty of implementing that is going to be minor compared to Akaroa's.
Thank you. Can I just a quick follow-up question? So that's good. That's a very helpful steer, Marie. Thank you. Just picking up on your comment around Beach Road in Akaroa, you'll know that that's number 3 on the priority list for the community board in terms of traffic. Traffic engineering. I guess probably the key thing that you raised there is the importance of that as an access way to Takapuniki. So is the Civic Trust supportive? I know that there's a lot of funding allocated to Takapuniki. Is the Civic Trust suggesting that some of that funding is diverted into making sure that there's adequate access along Beach Road to the site?
Look, I haven't discussed that with the board, so I don't feel comfortable answering that question as to where the funding we would ask for it to come from. What we do know is that the Beach Road needs to be improved for the Akaroa Lighthouse and Britomart as well. So whether that is included, in my mind, it's not a huge. We're not requesting a huge expense. It's just simply, we don't want boardwalks, we don't want a huge development, just simple sealing of the outside, making it flat, marking it. That's all it needs. There's no walking access from Onuku Road from the top side, so the Beach Road is the only way that you can safely get through there.
Yeah, no, okay. Thank you. That's really helpful, and I appreciate you raising that. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the time today.
Good on you. Cheerio. Right. Now we have Anthony, Tom, Andrea, and here from the Museum Trust Board.
Let's play musical chairs. Cool.
Greetings.
Greetings. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Thompson, Acting Chair of the Canterbury Museum Board, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. For over 7 years, I've been your business representative on this board, on behalf of the Christchurch City Council, alongside my day job as Managing Director of local business Elastima Products, a company I've dedicated my life to for 50 years. Nick Hawkins, your other business appointed to the Museum Board, has been called away about 2 minutes ago before we walked in and tenders his apologies. Nick is a respected project director on major government initiatives across New Zealand and has made a huge impact on our ongoing museum projects from a governance and other technical point of view. Our Museum Director of 29 years, Anthony Wright, needs no introduction. His unwavering dedication to the museum and the Robert McDougall rejuvenation deserves commendation. Also with us is Nigel Tchaikovsky, our CFO for over 21 years, and Andrea Webley, recently appointed to lead our fundraising and future development efforts. I'd also like to pass on our apologies on behalf of David Ayres, who is currently overseas, and David is the chair. It would also be very remiss of me not to acknowledge my appreciation to Melanie Coker and Tyrone Fields, your councillor representatives on the board. Their energy and professionalism, as well as their commitment to assisting us through countless hours of meetings, and they'll attest to that, have been vital to keeping this project on track. We are here today to make a brief submission on your annual plan and ask for your continued support. Times are challenging, but together we are building an exciting future, a revitalised Canterbury Museum that will inspire pride and wonder for generations to come. Time, however, is not on our side, and delays come at a significant cost. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Mayor Phil and CEO Mary and the councillors, one and all, for their support, as well as the council staff whose assistance has been invaluable to working with us to turn our vision into reality. So now I'd like to hand over to Anthony Wright, who's said enough, Tom, and he'll lead us through the presentation.
Thanks, Tom. Kia ora tātou. In a nutshell, the presentation today is to ask for your continued support to get from this, which is what the museum looked like the day we closed it 2 years ago, to this, which is the facade of a hugely expanded and revitalised museum, currently due to reopen in mid-2029. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Behind that facade is a massive workplace, and we have an invitation out for you to come and see what's actually happening on site in the next couple of weeks. So we hope we'll be able to show you more about that. But we're about securing the museum's future now for at least 50, probably 100 years. So this is the first major capital development for well over 60 years in the history of the museum. You know all about the ageing infrastructure, the fact that we cannot deliver the big world-class exhibitions, and we were bursting at the seams long before we moved out. Our vision is very much centred in the community. We did extensive consultation back in 2020 and got a resounding support right across the community. I think there might be one person that does not live in Christchurch who is descended from the Robert McDougall family that perhaps isn't our biggest supporter, although he's totally supportive of everything we're doing in the museum, just not the McDougall. This is what the vision of Araitiuru, the new bicultural Māori heart of the museum, will look like. So for the first time, there will be a full height to the sky space in the centre of the museum that helps you orient yourself. A huge increase in new exhibition space, 50% increase in floor area, being able to devoted to showing way more of our collections than we've been able to in the past. We're here to in support of your annual plan regarding three elements: the statutory grant or museum levy for our operations, the original capital grant for redevelopment, which is what's feeding the funds required at the moment, and the capital program around the Robert McDougall Gallery. That support is integral to our future. We I guess, are technically objecting to the annual plan in that we are requesting for an additional capital grant to fund stage 5 of the building fit out. Last time we presented to you, we were telling you the results of the tender we went out to the market for. As a result of that tender, we've had to split the original stage 4, which was the building shell and fit out, into a stage 4 building shell, which we could afford to commit to, and then work on the funding for fit out. That funding, delta there saw the cost of the overall project increase from 205 to 247 million. We have looked through every option we can to reduce that, the call. Already $11 million of value engineered reductions have been made in the budget within the original brief and consents, and we're now at a point where we cannot see any further significant savings within the brief and the consents, which will lead to a going concern museum with a future on reopening. We really need local and central government commitment to funding by January 2026 to avoid a massive further cost blowout in the project due to escalation and the cost of redesign and delay. So there is just over 86 million remaining unfunded, and our proposal in our annual plan put to you is that we seek 25 million from central government, 25 million from local government, and we commit to raising the remaining 36.6 million. Andrea will speak about our fundraising strategy in a few minutes. This is what our draft annual plan had in it in terms of the ask for your share of the 25 million across 4 years. Hot off the press yesterday is advice from our quantity surveyors and project team on the cash flow requirements, the actual cash flow requirements for that 25 million extra, and you'll see that it's lower in the first year, a bit higher in the second year. The bulk is in the third year and 20% remaining in the fourth year. We're very happy to work with you should you decide to support us as requested on the disposition between those years that is most advantageous for you. But what we require is the commitment by January next year so that we don't have to hive off the cost of, or we don't have to hugely increase the cost of the fit out by delaying it and not doing it contemporaneously with the main build. The board has asked for a simple explanation of funding. You can see our secured funding on the left there, of which we have spent 56 million, the dark red on the left-hand side to date. The contract we've let from secured funding is the red band above that, and the palest blue above that is our fundraising yet to occur. On the right-hand one, you'll see that the project broken down into its stages. Stages 1 to 3, stage 3 is almost complete, and I'll show you a couple of pics in a sec. Stage 4 we've committed to, and that takes up the majority of our secured funding. What we're asking for your and central government and our own fundraising commitment to is the medium blue bit there for stage 5. And we're very confident we can raise the money. We've got high net worths very keen on the remaining stage 6 for exhibitions. Why your support matters, it's around protecting heritage. We want to be able to inspire future generations to continue to strengthen the community, and we're confident that post-opening, a bit like Turanga was, and I'm sure the stadium is going to be, to really inspire the world that we have the best here in Christchurch. I'll hand over to Andrea.
Hello, I've not met many of you. I'm Andrea Webley. I'm the Fundraising Development Manager for the museum. It's a privilege for me to be in this role. I've been in it for a year and to have a small part of this incredible project. We have a strategy that focuses on those 5 top streams, so trusts and grants, and where we are here with lotteries. We've already successful with lotteries. We have a grant in with Rata. We met with them at the end of last year. Very keen to support where they can. Once we get to the smaller projects at the end, we will be going to the smaller funders. With our high net worths, we have a very established network already. We've run several events and we've got more coming up. We have naming rights available, which will attract a large sum from some people. We're looking at a museum circle to bring in some of the rest. But wherever we go, we have positive feedback. Corporate sponsorship's tricky at this stage when we're not even out of the ground, but we are talking to businesses. They are keen to be part of this project. Government agencies, which includes you, but just to let you know, we had 5 MPs on site at the end of December, all local, both National and Labour, very, very supportive of the project. We are now talking higher up the ranks in both parties, so that's been super positive. We will be looking at a public campaign. It's not working. Yeah. Anyhow, the public campaign will centre around, bringing those items. There's 2.3 million items in our collection, and we want the community to help us get those back into Rolliston Ave once the building's done and the fit-out's complete.
I see we're out of time, and so it's locked up the presentation. We can't show you pictures of what's on site, but we will take you and show those of you that are able to come. But we are making great progress. The D wall, the reverse swimming pool around the entire construction site is 100% complete. The micropiling of the Robert McDougall to hold it up while we dig out the basement underneath that. Oh, there we are. There's the D wall around the McDougall that goes right around the site. There's the forest of micropiles and the guys working under the McDougall. 85% through that and due to be completed in early May. We're ensconced in these palatial quarters out in Hornby as our temporary home for the next 5 years. The whole collection under one roof there, and we are down the back of that space already starting to build some of the new exhibitions for the redeveloped museum. Back on site, the Centennial Wing facade is now propped up, and in this last week, the 2 metre scrape of the top level of soil on site has begun to happen, so excavation has started.
Time is against us. Yep. We've got two questions, one from Sarah and one from Mark, and then we'll call it a day. Sure.
Thanks so much. Just on the timing issue, you're saying that you need a decision on the funding by January.
Yes.
We don't normally make those kind of decisions outside of the annual plan process, but we're likely to have to, for example, consult on that scale of additional funding. Are you saying that we can maybe do a separate consultation later in the year as opposed to annual plan, or if we waited till next year and consulted in next year's annual plan, it's past January, you wouldn't get a decision till June, but it's fraught timing wise.
Sure. We understand that, and it was a huge shock to us to get the cost increase, but if we want to expedite the project as cost effectively as possible, we need to be able to make a commitment to the contractors to add back in elements of fit out over the same build period by January next year. That's the drop dead time. Otherwise, they're going to be building structure and then having to bring people back in to put services in later, which increases costs hugely.
Okay, thanks.
And that's where the cash flow comes. The cash flow is the money that's needed to deliver the services that have to be plugged into the museum as it's built.
And it would need to be the whole amount committed to, not just the first year, because you need to know that it's going to be the whole thing. Okay.
Exactly. Good question.
Through you, Your Worship, I think you're correct, Councillor Templeton. The way the museum's timing worked does not align with ours, so staff will have to look at that and bring back some advice to council about what are the options and so on. But there is a timing issue there that's been identified, and it really runs because of the way the museum's plan is presented to council. I think it's in March, isn't it? So that was the challenge there. So we'll have to bring something back to you.
Okay.
Yes. As the next council. Yes.
All right. We have two questions, and we have 5 minutes to do it in. That's the question and the answer. Okay.
Thank you. Really pleased to be hosting your collection out in Hornby at the moment. So, yeah, welcome to Hornby. On the 11th of April, I think is the times you've given us for a visit. is there any flexibility around that? Because we've got annual plan hearings on that day.
Yeah.
We have come back to you and offered time, I think, the day
10th,
before in the afternoon.
1 o'clock on the 10th is coming just to you guys. We did that through Ruth. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
So hopefully you'll know that soon. Yeah.
And Yanni, please.
I just hope we can have a workshop before we get hit with a $25 million report to council. It'd be good just to talk through. I've got, heaps of questions, but we don't have sufficient time today to get into detail. So can I request we have an information session or a briefing or some ability to workshop?
15th of April, we are presenting to full council on our usual longer annual plan presentation. So this is a very potted version, but there'll be a chance there for us to present more detail and answer more questions, as well as the site visit.
So you will have been on site then, so that will be great too. So
Yep, you have a better idea what's going on. Just one real quick question from me. How's the, I'll say diaphragm wall department going? Is that nearly done?
It's 100% done.
Oh, it is?
It's finished, yeah.
Oh,
And the capping beam, what you saw in that photo was a capping beam, and that's, I think, 95% now, and next week will probably be finished.
So next thing's hole digging.
Yep.
Goodio. Thank you very much for coming in.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you.
If you
we're
haven't
back.
seen Wharenui Harakoa, you should go. It's amazing.
We're back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. There we go. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back to this afternoon's events. 2 o'clock now. We've got Paula from the Summit Road Society, please. Welcome.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou katoa. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Paula Jameson, President of the Summit Road Society, and with me is Bill Martin, our General Manager. The Summit Road Society dates back to 1948, and it was formed following advocacy by John Jameson to restore his grandfather's legacy. This legacy was in reference to the work of Harry L., and refers to both his rest houses and his reserves, which had suffered badly during the war years. From about 1906, Harry had secured remnants of the remaining bush on the Port Hills and Banks Peninsula, secured these as reserves, and Kennedy's Bush was the first of these, but during the war it had been grazed, and the signs of the bellbird, as well as the kiwi and the packhorse, had all been vandalised. So one of the first jobs of the fledgling Summit Road Society was to fence Kennedy's Bush. Now, I should admit here that I'm a great-granddaughter of Harry L., and that John Jameson, the founder of the Summit Road Society, is my father. Now, during the 1960s, there was concern about development on the upper reaches of the Port Hills, and this saw the Summit Road Protection Act, which basically stated that there were no structures could be built or large trees planted within 30 vertical metres of the road. But this was always open to challenge, as seen by the Gondola project, and dare I say it, even more so under the current government. The Summit Road Society recognises that owning land is the best means of protection. So through legacies and donations, today the Society owns and manages 4 reserves on the Port Hills, covering over 500 hectares. These are Omahu Bush, Gibraltar Rock, Ohinatahi, and Linda Woods reserves. We operate 4 volunteer groups, and we also lead the backyard trapping project, Predator Free Port Hills. Last year, our volunteers on both these projects undertook 15,000 hours of work, and that included some work on council land. Now, a long-term vision includes restoring native vegetation to the gullies of the Port Hills. Now, among other benefits, native reforestation of the gullies will store carbon, create habitat for native species, reduce fire risk, and reduce sediment pollution into the Opawaho, Heathcote River, and Whakaropo, Littleton Harbour. These landscape-scale projects require leadership from the council and collaboration between the council, community groups, private landowners, and hapu. This makes the shared vision for the Port Hills and funding for its implementation essential, and we strongly support the development of a comprehensive Port Hills management plan. This is something the Society has been calling for many years, and we're very happy to see that work has started on the Port Hills plan. This should provide the shared vision we currently lack. We still anticipate being invited to engage with this, and trust that funding will allow it to be developed into a full management plan. All our reserves are open to the public. As we've mentioned in our submission, we are developing new walking tracks. We're working with the council to develop a connecting mountain and bike track at the top of Linda Woods Reserve, and we're planning a new car park on the southern Summit Road that will provide ready connection with Omahu Bush, Gibraltar Rock, and the council-owned Otahuna Reserve. And it will link to the Crater Rim Walkway and provide access to Cooper's Knob. We've also held discussions with park rangers on opening Otahuna Reserve to the public and linking walking tracks between Omahu and Otahuna Reserves. We genuinely value the support and guidance that the Regional Parks team provides to our Society. The Society volunteers have spent some 8,000 hours on our reserves up on the Port Hills, and that includes council reserve land. But this work by volunteers still requires funding and coordination. And we're very pleased to see an increase in funds allocated to the Environmental Partnership Fund. This fund is to support proactive partnership work between council and community groups to achieve environmentally focused activities and projects on publicly accessible land and waterways. We're also very pleased that just last week our efforts were recognised with the annual grant for our part-time general manager being increased from $39,000 to $60,000 for the 24-25 year. However, annual grants do not provide job security, and we ask that multi-year grants be awarded under the Environmental Partnership Fund. We've also been recipients of grants from Strengthening Communities. This provides cost-effective and essential support to community groups, including those involved in ecological restoration and pest control. Our Predator-Free Port Hills project is a recent recipient of such funding. We have some 2,000 households who have worked probably around about 7,000 hours last year protecting the peri-urban fringe of the Port Hills. This area provides the first line of defence for predator-free Banks Peninsula, and some multi-year funding here allows for forward planning. We're pleased that the Christchurch Biodiversity Fund is continuing. It offers support to private landowners to protect areas of significant ecological value. The Biodiversity Fund is one of the few funding options available for invasive weed control on land of high biodiversity value. Invasive weeds are one of the biggest threats to native biodiversity. These weeds don't attract the same level of attention or funding for control as predators do, but they are a dire and increasing threat. We desperately need coordinated, collaborative, funded, multi-year programs to contain and, where possible, eliminate weed species that pose a threat to our native biodiversity. With respect to fire, I'd like to comment that the Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment of 2022 specifically identifies the Port Hills as an area where fire weather will increase over the coming decades. Maybe not today. We're pleased to see that these heat or special heat fire sensors have been established in several places on the Port Hills, but additional sensors are needed along the southern Summit Road. And this is, we think, specifically now where fire has twice crossed the Summit Road in the vicinity of Mount Ada and burnt down Ohinatahi Reserve. Sensors are also needed in areas of high risk, such as the John Jameson Lookout, and further south in the region of Omahu Bush, around there in Cooper's Knob. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of making this submission. We greatly value the support the Council provides us, both in person from the Regional Parks team and financially, as we work to protect, regenerate and restore Indigenous vegetation on our reserves for the public to enjoy. We are grateful for the portion of funding that is allocated operationally, as well as the opportunity to apply for specific projects. However, we request that the Council considers multi-year grants, which will provide stability and also provide the best outcomes for environmentally based work. Thank you.
Good on you. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. Any questions? Oh, Pauline, please.
Just on the fire sensors, we did have a few, didn't we, that we've just dotted around. Phil, have we got any more in the bottom drawer? Those fire sensors? Or
No, there was one in my bottom drawer, but I nicked it.
Yeah, or is this something that we would make a note of and take forward to the LTP?
Could do, because
we're hearing they're really important.
smart cities are always keen to put more of them out there.
Yep.
they said there were more in the pipeline, so that's a progression.
The smart cities.
Yeah,
So we've got a
the
note of
sensors,
it.
it's-
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're putting our hand up, and when the sensors were put in at the top of
Raupaki and
near Rapaki,
Yep.
I have spoken, well, I've written to the people that invited me to write to say where we would like to see more.
Yeah.
And those are the ones I've mentioned here.
No, that's good to have
Yeah.
that specificity from people
Yeah.
on the ground like you, and thank you for
Yeah.
everything
Paul
you're doing.
Devlin's involved in that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tyler?
Kia ora. Thank you
Kia
so
ora.
much for that. This one's actually for staff. There's a phenomenal traffic light system that they've put into the submission. I'm wondering how that gets layered into the views, or has it already been laid in? If I understood through you, Your Worship, so the submissions go out to officers who make comments, and then we also take a note of the questions here, and they get feedback.
Oh, great. So it goes to the units, and then they just make...
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes,
awesome.
and then it'll come back in a report to you. And we also note the questions that have come up here, such as the one now on fire
Awesome.
sensors.
That's a phenomenal submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tyrone, did you have a quick one? Sorry, Sled, for
I
running
did,
the time.
yeah. So just thank you, Paula and Bill. So just in terms of the Port Hills fires, pretty devastating. And you mentioned like the countless thousands and thousands of hours that volunteers put in, planting natives. And so how did the lands under the direct management of the society perform during those fires?
The 2017 fire took out 82 hectares of regenerating bush out of a total of 150 in Ohinatahi, and the fire last year came down the same ridge, one of the same ridges, and took out 20 hectares that was small regenerating under an unfortunate large amount of highly flammable weed species. So gorse and broom and blackberry have come back into those 82 hectares en masse.
And interestingly, it petered out when it hit more mature native bush that was further down in the valleys.
Yeah, that's probably more of what I was kind of thinking of.
Yeah.
Just about the value of those plantings and the work that's been done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
Paul
you.
Devlin made that comment that the fire came through at night, so they had to leave it overnight, but he was pretty confident it wouldn't spread into the reserve once it got into that more mature bush, and it didn't.
Well, I will qualify that. It did go down that reserve, but on the sides, it didn't creep down further into the more damp, mature bush.
Thank you for your good questions that you've answered. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Righto, Mark, sitting up the back there, bud. Good on you.
Mayor and councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to make this submission on the Christchurch City Council draft annual plan. We'd like to acknowledge and thank the efforts and professionalism and dedication of the Christchurch City Council Heritage Team, and we ask that the Mayor and councillors communicate to the Heritage Team our appreciation of their efforts and endeavours. Historic Places Canterbury supports the allocation of funds for what we presume is the restoration of part of the Canterbury Provincial Council buildings. However, we do consider it problematic that we're being asked to participate in a consultation on expenditure without knowing the conditions of any commercial agreement with whom it is to be and with whom it is to be spent. The council entered into public excluded commercial negotiations. The press reported this on the 26th of May 2023. We note there have been no announcements since we voiced our concern at last year's LTP. We submit that the council should have adopted and now has the opportunity to conduct a full, robust, consultative, open process in regards to the options of restoration, funding and repair of the Provincial Council chambers. Therefore, we request the council conduct a full consultation with public input sought, with full disclosure of options, costings and fundings, restoration, any proposed commercial agreements in regards to the future of these internationally important buildings. We submit that the consultation should occur before any commercial agreements are entered into. Since there's been no announcement of any commercial agreements for a long period of time, the full public consultation is a viable option we consider. In addition, we've supported most of the initiatives within there. As regards the cathedral, and we support the targeted rate for the cathedral, we argue that the cathedral is a nationally significant building, and we support the council's proposal of the $5 million that's been collected but not distributed to be held back until the restoration starts and invested. In addition, we request that the council urgently convene a joint meeting of cathedral officials, the city council and central government to facilitate the completion of the restoration of the Christchurch Cathedral. That was done at the start of the restoration. We should pursue that again and take a leading role in that one to try and get some sort of future planned out and mapped out. We support the funding of the Arts Centre as outlined in the draft AP, but we further request that the Council enter into negotiations with the Arts Centre with the aim of the Council providing long-term viable, secure funding for the Arts Centre and its unique group of internationally recognised heritage buildings. Now, on our input, you'll see on the last page, we've got a screenshot from a presentation from a building economist, Donovan Ritkema, who is a specialist in heritage buildings. And as you'll notice, on one of them, that what's an interesting statistic, that only 6 to 10% of people who visit the sites, of money is actually spent on site. The remainder of those who visit, nearly 90+%, is spent elsewhere. So they're like magnets that generate income for surrounding businesses. Of interest that you will be, that we're not asking is heritage just simply because it's an investment and sentiment because we want to. There's hard economic benefits, as you'll see from the Mount Vernon statistics and study, that heritage visitors stay longer, visit twice as many places, and spend 2.5 times as much money per trip than non-heritage visitors. We're assuming that Christchurch NZ is briefing you on the economic benefits of heritage in regards to tourism, etc., and also on the economy. If not, we can provide you with copies of that PowerPoint presentation. Now, in addition, we've also asked that the Council reinstate heritage incentive grants, the HIGs, as well as intangible heritage grants. Now, the Christchurch City Council is the only metropolitan city in Aotearoa, New Zealand, not to offer heritage grants. HBS in our research has found Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Dunedin city councils offer heritage building grants and information on their websites. We note recently that according to the Otago Daily Times, the Dunedin City Council has been involved in heritage grants for $186,500. We also request as we've noticed, for the incentive grants as well as non-tangible. Part of the reason for our intangible heritage grant fund being reinstated is that some of those that's really community groups will use that to provide local history, which feeds into the telling of local stories, which feeds into the tourism initiatives, etc., and strengthen the sense of identity in the communities. It will also feed back into the council's Canterbury Stories website as they do the research, which we put back into there. And by the way, fully endorse the Canterbury Stories initiative. We think it's great. In addition, I should remind you, and also applies to the Arts Centre, the Council's got its Heritage Strategy, Our Heritage, Our Taonga, Heritage Strategy 2019-2029, where the Council has a role as a partnership and leadership role as also funder. And we think you're in breach of your strategy by not offering, as well as being an outlier with regards metropolitan cities in New Zealand. In addition, by the way, as regards intangible, part of that intangible was a $28,500 grant for groups that were part of Heritage Week to cover the running of heritage events like public liability insurance, etc. And that helps with groups who are doing public events. In addition, we'd also request that the Council enter into negotiations with Ferrymead Trust, which is administering the park, and reach an agreement to secure long-term council funding that ensures the long-term viability of this unique organisation. Our argument is basically there are a number of nationally significant heritage collections based in Ferrymead, of which the volunteers are adding to every year. Hall of Flame is one, the railways, there's also the photography, etc., and the post office. There's quite a number. And the council is really offering seed money, of which they're leveraging to do it. So it's an asset for the city. We think they deserve long-term funding secure funding to know where they're going. It's very hard to plan ahead if you're doing funding that is effectively ad hoc. And the only other request that we make on council-owned properties, which we made last year, the near ones that are deemed surplus, that the heritage team actually make an assessment of those ones and that they be offered to community groups first before any commercial offering is made. We find that there's use and the rise of rents for the city. It's hard for community groups to find buildings to use for their activities. And of course, the city is a lot poorer for not having those groups functioning in the community. Thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, just wanted to pick up on that point mentioned about speaking with government ourselves and the cathedral. Can we investigate the ability to do that and see if we can't get something set up to have a conversation?
Can do.
Yeah, we'll investigate that.
Yep. No problem. All right. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Right. Online we have Luke. Is that you, mate? Yes. Yes. How are you?
Hello. Can you see me all right? Hear me all
Yes.
right?
University of Canterbury Students Association. Welcome.
That's right. And also on behalf of the University of Canterbury, you'll see that. Oh, sorry, you'll see that Paul O'Flaherty has signed that one as well. So it was just a joint submission between both of us. We thought it was quite important just to get that out to the council. So I'll just talk to them briefly. I mean, you've all read it, but I just want to reiterate that we're quite keen to see something put in place in terms of crossings outside that sort of Foundry UCS area. So we get a lot of students that cross from the halls of residence across to the university itself. And as you might have heard, there's been quite a few accidents recently. I mean, we encourage students to, be responsible and use the crossings or at least look both ways. But, it's not a perfect world. So we'd really like to see a crossing or something done in there to mitigate that risk, because it is quite dangerous and it's a really big health and safety hazard. It's a big problem that we're dealing with, and it's the same down Kirkwood Ave. So down Kirkwood Ave, there's a bunch of little, I suppose, bumps, which are essentially basically just speed bumps. But a lot of parents and students, because there's the schools around there as well, a lot of parents and students get confused about whether they're actual crossings or whether they're just speed bumps for cars. And you get a lot of people sort of trying to cross but not sure if it's a crossing or not. And that's also quite dangerous as well, because they're sort of halfway weird points. So it could be quite nice to see those implemented as zebra crossings, which would just sort of help the people who are using that road, which is a lot of young students from the primary schools around. It would sort of just help make sure that they stay safe. So yeah, that was the bit on the crossings, and then just a bit about the pool fares. We'd be quite keen to see something done for tertiary students, just to be in line with community service card holders. I think it would be of immense benefit to students who would use the service, and it would encourage them to, engage with Christchurch City Council facilities, because we have facilities here for gym, but we don't have anything pool related. So I think it'd be quite good to encourage them not only to get active, but also to be engaged with the wider Christchurch facilities, so that when they leave the university, they've got, other places that they've used before. I think that'd be quite cool. So anyway, that was that. So if anybody had any questions or wanted to, make any comments about it, then I'm happy to talk about it.
Absolutely, certainly. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Luke, Tyler here. Hey, thanks so much for that, mate. I know, also noting, I just wanted to ask a question around your relationship with staff and directors at UC, and are they also supportive of the safety improvements outside the Foundry?
Mm-hmm. Yep. The university is incredibly supportive of that. We've tried to put up with it. I say we, my position as a council member in the university, we've put up barriers between the bus stop and the sort of main campus area, but we've left a gap for the people who are actually accessing the bus stop. But the idea was that they would hopefully mitigate people sort of crossing across, but it doesn't really do anything. People sort of just still go anyway. But the university is incredibly supportive. I mean, there's a really big focus on health and safety at the university and the Students' Association, so very focused from both sides. So we would really like to see it. And I definitely speak on behalf of the university in that sense, and that, yeah, very much so.
Great. So noting you got 24,000 students, there's thousands of students crossing that road on Island Road to try and just find a safe spot. And there was an accident on March 17th Just
And I believe there's been a few more actually since then. I don't have any concrete dates or anything, but I've heard that there was another student who was hit by a car apparently potentially 2 weeks back, and there was another one, but I don't know the details of that. So yeah, and I think the head count is more than 24,000 this year, so we're increasing, and students at halls is about 3,000. We've got about 3,000 students in those halls that are crossing every day. So it's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of students, and it's just about reducing that harm.
Great. Just noting that for council, it's outside of Homestead Lane. The next one is around the student rates, and I know I've been talking to yourself and a lot of other students about it. We've had staff response and saying that it's easier to get it through membership or through community services cards or Hapai cards. What are your thoughts on that approach in regards to instead of having a general rate for students?
I think a general rate for students is more accessible. So the problem with the community services card is, well, first of all, not all students qualify for it, which, it's a marginal amount, but, that's still a consideration. But more generally, it's, as far as I'm aware, it's still quite a lengthy process to get a community services card, and there are a lot of students who don't have them or don't have access to a community services card. And I think it would just make it a little more, I suppose, accessible to all tertiary students, because we have tertiary students who are older and or earn too much money or whatever. I think the idea is to get tertiary students engaged with fitness as such. I don't know. I don't really have any specific thoughts about why not just community service card holders. I think it's just easier for a lot of students, and it incentivizes them. I think when people see, there's a special rate for tertiary students, I think that's a little more incentive to go, okay, that's for me. Maybe I'll go and have a think about it.
Great. I'm sorry for the last question is actually around the rate. So the average rate for an adult to go into the pools, because I use them quite a lot, is $6.70. Is there a sort of price range that you believe students would probably want to come into the pool more active, more often?
Obviously, the lower the better. I think that incentivizes more, but I think even just $5 is good, because people who regularly use the pool, that savings that starts to add up. I mean, what, $6.70 after 4? Normally, if you go 4 times, will that be about $20 or so?
Yep.
And then if you go 3 times with the community, with a community services card, it would be the equivalent of only going 3 times if you were paying full price. So that's already a saving of a quarter. 25% off actually. That's what that is. So it's 25% off, which is quite beneficial for students who don't have a lot of money to start off with. So I think $5. I mean, as a starting point, I think we'd be more than happy to sort of put that forwards. But in the future, if the council would like to consider a lower number, then sure, whatever. But I think just right now, a reasonable amount is $5, and I think we'd be very happy to see that put across to be in line with community service card holders.
Champion, mate. Thank you so much.
Andre, please.
I think you've already answered the question. Just that there's quite a palaver involved in getting a community services card. So what you're saying makes sense. Thank you.
Kel?
Yeah, sweet.
Thanks, Luke. Just intrigued about the accidents that have occurred, particularly students coming across from the halls there. Just looking at the map, they haven't changed much, the crossings from when I was at university 40 odd years ago. It's the biggest problem down the end of Homestead Lane.
Yeah, that's the biggest. I'd say that's where the biggest sort of pressure point is. It's the people who cross from Homestead Lane over to the UCSA and then into the university. That would be the biggest pressure point. But I've outlined as well Kirkwood Ave being a potential pressure point too, that the university explicitly would love to see considered or thought about, or conversation around that would be really cool. But definitely that is a really big pressure point, just those people crossing, because as I said before, there's about 3,000 students in those halls, and more who come from that general area as a whole, so really big pressure point.
Yeah, because it seems that the crossing points are, quite a wee way away from Homestead Lane, which, and with Kirkwood Ave, obviously you've got Kirkwood Intermediate there as well. I'm intrigued to find that there's actually no crossing. It looks like a couple of humps for people to get across towards the rec centre. And are you suggesting perhaps a zebra crossing there?
Yeah. Well, because there's about 3 humps across that road, and they're a bit confusing. And I've had it myself where I've walked down there and I've gone, "Oh, is this a crossing or not?" But you sort of just have to think about it a little bit more. But especially young people, those children who are in school, they don't always know the difference. And sometimes I have seen it before where they kind of just walked out and haven't really looked because they've just kind of assumed it's a crossing. So that's also a bit, a little bit scary for me. But I would like to see something put in there for the benefit of students from both the university and from that school. That would be of immense, be greatly appreciated, I suppose is the way I'd word that.
Okay, thank you.
I think
Aaron,
that makes
please.
good sense.
Yeah, just on your swimming, asking for your cheap, that makes sense. Do you reckon students would be open if it had limited hours? Like if our staff went away and looked at when were our low spots and said, hey, at these parks, if you go between these hours, you get a cheap deal?
Totally. Anything to incentivize students to get fit and active is that's a win in my book. So, if council decides that, look, we'll incentivize it for off-peak hours, then that's a really good start, and that'd be something we would love to just see in general. I'm not opposed to that at all.
We'll ask staff to look into it.
Thank you. And Mark.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just picking up on that Homestead Lane crossing point, are you thinking about something similar to what you've got up at Island Fields, where you've got a couple of decent speed humps and a zebra crossing?
Sorry, whereabouts are you talking?
Just further up by the UC Security house.
Oh, sorry, I see what you're talking about. Where there's actual crossings there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something similar where, just a zebra crossing, just installing one, would just means that people actually have a clear path to cross, because those sort of come off as crossings because they're humped. People think, oh, it's a crossing, but don't really think about it. That was sort of my view, is just make them zebra crossings.
Yep.
But it's for you guys to decide. So.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, mate. You're timing expert. Thank you for your
very much.
Thank you, buddy.
Cheers, Luke.
Yes, appreciate it.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Thank you. Steve, please. Now you've got 15 minutes because you're talking.
Yes, that's
over
correct.
two different.
The first one is personal, and 5 minutes, and I will take some questions if you have, and then I'll jump to the second one. Yeah.
It's all yours, bud.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Over the past 2 years, the Accra and the Base emergency response team that I'm part of have been working in developing an emergency response plan for Accra and the Base. During this time, we consulted over 60 participants from various stakeholders, including Fence, Police, RI, Fulton Hogan, Christchurch City Council, Civil Defence, and various businesses and community organizations in Accra. This consultation document resulted in the development of a community response plan, a visitor guide, and an emergency management operation guide that will be used in time of crisis. In a crisis, a bird will operate from the Fence building with a welfare hub at Gaiety, Accra Area School, and Mount Vernon Lodge. Accra and the Base are highly vulnerable, as we have seen a number of occasions, relying on a single road, State Highway 75, and high voltage power lines, both of which have failed in the past, and we have experienced it a number of times. With 1.95 million allocated to the emergency management and community resilience in the draft annual plan, I request the council to allocate a fair share must go to this equipping with resources to these community organizations that have been working on these plans. Emergency services cannot always reach the areas quickly, making it essential for local communities to be self-sufficient. And the resilience plan developed includes securing emergency supplies such as generator and insulated storage, improving communication, network, and conducting regular response trainings. These are all voluntary, and I request the council to put allocated resources so that we can do our job effectively. The second item of my presentation is related to youth and multicultural initiative for Accra and the Base communities' preferences. In late 2024, Councillor Tyler Harrison met with the Banks Peninsula Community Board to discuss project ideas related to his youth and multicultural portfolios. I thank Councillor for that. And Based on that, I went back and met with various community organizations that I work in Accra and the Base areas. And I met with students of Accra Area School, conducted a workshop, and Accra Area Police, who have recently conducted a blast program last year, participated by 27 participants. It was very successful. Accra Heartland, Accra Voices for Peace, Accra Play Center, and selected parents, and Banks Financial Sports and Recreation Incorporated Society, and Accra Boot Camp and Training that constitute, that has got membership of over 50 people aging between 15 and 80 years. So based on that, we had developed, I had compiled all those notes in a form of a proposal which has been shared with Councillor Tara and some other councillors sitting here. And the idea is that to address some of these shortcomings in Accra and the Base. Accra and the Base, on the other hand, lack sufficient facilities, such as what we have got here in Christchurch, a multicultural center at Hagley Park. Accra is home to a diverse range of families, including those of French, Swiss, Japanese, German, Indian, Pacifica, Pakistani, and including myself. The lack of facilities, recreational spaces have serious consequences for our communities. And recently, we have had our 4th suicide in our community. The younger one being a 15-year-old, including our local priest that I know him personally. I still owe him a drink. So these are the biggest losses to our community, and we ask the council to take some necessary steps to address some of these. Number of councillors they are aware of, and I have also reached out to our local MPs, and they are aware of these issues as well. These recent region tragedies underscore the need for a space where young people can feel safe, supported, and valued. There is a research that supports that investment in such activities will discourage those negative thoughts and channel their energy into learning and growing. This initiative aligns with the Christchurch City Council strengthening communities, youth and multicultural strategies, promoting social cohesion, mental well-being, and cultural inclusivity. It also enhances Accra's appeal as a family-friendly destination supporting local economy and tourism alike. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yep, Tyrone, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming to see us. So, I recall that the community board had a deputation recently just around Youth and Multicultural Centre, and the thing that stuck out for me was like, just give us the pavilion and let us get on with it. Right? That was kind of like, that really resonated with me. I'm sure that sort of thing resonates with a lot of my colleagues around the table. Is that something that you'd support in principle?
It could look, I don't know how it would look like. That's we are going through. What we are discussing now, it may, in a year's time, it may look totally different. So there is a gap, and investing and exploring those opportunities would be the key.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, excellent. We'll move on to the second. Yeah. Please carry on with your second presentation.
Okay, thank you. Just changing my hat. Yeah. Yeah. So it's on behalf of Accra, actually Banks Peninsula Volunteer Fire Brigade. As of 2025, around 20% of Banks Peninsula is covered in the native regeneration. And we know from the historic data that by around 1920 it was down to 1%, which is a good improvement. While this generation brings ecological benefits, it also brings risk of wildfires. With climate change driving more extreme weather events, early fire detection is crucial to protecting both our communities and environment. We have seen that. I applaud Christchurch City Council in taking this opportunity and installing the self-powered fire detectors on and around Port Hills, which is a very good initiative. Thank you for that. And I have been strongly advocating for an early fire detectors network expansion across the entire Banks Peninsula, not just around the Port Hills sites, especially the remote areas such as Eastern West, where a famous reserve like Hinawai Reserve is located there. New Zealand's largest private reserve, and the southern banks of Banks Peninsula, which remains unprotected as very few people visit those areas, and it's less likely that fire will be detected at early stages. Last year, Port Hill fire cost taxpayers around $3 million, and with a small investment now, you can save a good cost to taxpayers. The council's smart city team conducted a field visit to across the base in these areas, and they have identified places where they could install these smoke detectors. However, the team also gave lacks resources. The team also gave a presentation to Banks Peninsula Community Board, but the lack of funding is the key critical element. Past emergencies have demonstrated the need for the continuous improvement in the fire response strategies. The fire detection network is a part of an ongoing commitment, and by expanding and refining these capabilities, we can better protect our communities and regenerate forests for generations to come. I would like to add a quote here from Canterbury Community Risk Manager Dean Harker. He says that the Canterbury Network is a great tool in the toolbox for fire and emergency. It provides us real-time information that tests us in the emergencies and help us to reduce the impact of fire on our communities. The system has been used operationally by fire commands, IMT members, and the fire communication centers to gain situational awareness, which is very critical, weather data, smoke analytics, and image of incidents. We saw how the network provided information and intelligence during the 2024 fire at the Port Hills, which was very effective. From a community risk management perspective, several of these areas across the Port Hills and Banks Peninsula are remote, and access to them is via four-wheel drive or helicopter. If a fire was to break out, and any form of early notification or oversight of the fire is a huge advantage to address this, to mitigate the impacts. The attendance towers are not only a system that can be used for fire and emergency, they are a fantastic tool for any other agencies to utilize in terms of civil defense. As a volunteer fire brigade at Banks Peninsula, we have experienced that firsthand, that our significant challenge is securing water during large-scale fire events. Across Banks Peninsula, the limited water storage capacity is a major barrier to effectively fight, putting lives and livelihoods at risk. Reflecting on past experiences, particularly the Port Hills fire, we have recognized the critical role of nearby water resources and open water sources in combating fires. However, our existing infrastructure fails to utilize these resources, and access to them is often hindered during extreme weather conditions where we had to fight fire. In an annual plan submission, we urge the council to invest in constructing water ponds in key areas across Banks Peninsula. Simple ponds such as the dirt dam used during last year's Port Hill fire have been proven to be very effective. Myself and my crew, we operated at Port Hills fires, and it was very effective, and it was quite surprising to see the amount of water that a dirt dam could store. And that can be constructed with a little cost and a minimum maintenance is required. Last year, Aqua Volunteer Fire Brigade, Mark Thompson also made a submission to the LTP requesting the same, and to invest in water storage capacity by building simple dirt ponds. These ponds would serve as an essential reservoirs, providing reliable water supply during emergencies. With numerous natural springs on the peninsula, we have an opportunity to create small ponds reservoirs, offering a sustainable solution to our water storage capacity need and greatly enhance our firefighting capability and resilience. Every wildfire has a potential to spread at a greater speed and intensity, as we have seen in the recent wildfire in California, fueled by the region's infamous Santa Ana winds. We can prevent such disasters by investing in a technology that enables proactive measuring by safeguarding lives and livelihood. Additionally, we welcome the council allocation of funding in the annual plan 25-26 for the Banks Peninsula communal fire water storage tanks, which will provide fire storage for areas without access to fire hydrants. Currently, fire facilities are being planned for Berlin's Flat, Little River, Wainui, and Pigeon Bay. However, the eastern bays, including Hanover Reserve, are not included in that list. A major challenge we face in this area is the absence of water supply system and the lengthy average time travel of 40-minute response time for the fire truck. To address it, this would be ideal to install water storage tanks or ponds along the Summit Road to save time during the refueling and enhance firefighting efforts in these remote areas. We appreciate your consideration of our proposal and look forward to collaborating with the Council to improve fire preparedness across Banks Peninsula. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Excellent.
If anyone got any questions around the fire stuff?
No, you had a question anyway, and there's still time, so ask whatever you like, mate.
Well, mine's not within standing orders. It's for the last submission that us have put on. So if you want to put your jersey back on, that's cool.
No, that's fine.
But you've given us a really comprehensive report here. It's really phenomenal. I just wanted to gain some sort of understanding around the Akaroa community in particular and the tourist community that come in. What we've got here is a youth centre, a community kitchen, open spaces, and drinking fountains, which was a really cool one. Another one was e-scooters. If you had a sort of wish list or priority list on what you'd like to get addressed first, what in the report did you find was the most popular for you and the community that you talked to?
So the second section of the report that focuses on a workshop around what we did with Aqua Area School, and that was based on around 30 students. And I have spoken to some last year, but they have left school, so these were the new students that I haven't spoken to. So and those priorities have been listed based on their priorities that they made. So it was one.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it is basically what you see there in that item 11 is their list and the way they have prioritized everything.
Okay. And utilising the current infrastructure was a really pragmatic approach from them. It's really cool.
Yeah, so that came up because a number of people mentioned that we have got facilities in Accra that are underutilized, and a lot of them pointed to that existing facility that I mentioned in that report.
Yep.
So the idea is there, the gap is there. So asking council for a new investment would be significant. It's too much, it's time consuming. And it takes longer. We have seen that in the case of Hornby. It took 15 years to build something like that. We want something which is cheaper to council and has a good impact. And these are the ideas that these people that I spoke to, they have identified. So they have been documented in this. So it may look different going forward.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Tyrone, please, and that's the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Firefighter Hussein. There's a bloke look just like you, an academic, who was just here a minute ago, but he was here somewhere. So thank you for that submission. You mentioned Mark Thompson's submission in the LTP last year, which I remember very well, and just about the provision of water and ponds and that around Akaroa. So has there been any engagement at all from council in that regard since that point in time?
No, there hasn't been a direct, but I have heard that, and I think it could be around that which resulted in the proposal of putting these tanks, water storage tanks at Berlin's Flat, Little River, Wainui, Pigeon Bay. So it could possibly be that. So I'm not aware of any direct engagement with any.
What about from FENS?
FENS, they have a policy, fire plan for Canterbury 2021-2024, which they have identified that availability of water supply is the critical issue that they face when there is fire. And the three other things items they listed is availability of response resources that include people like myself. If I am not in Accra, I can't respond to any fire there. And isolation, it's really hard to get to places, and accessibility issue on top of the water. So that has been really critical, and I have noticed that firsthand during Port Hill fire last year, that there were places where we had to cut fences and then go to different places, and digger, they operated really well, but they are slow, and it's really dangerous when you're operating in a fireground.
Thank you, mate.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all the work you do in your community.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Russell, please.
Right, afternoon everyone. So I'm submitting on the development contributions policy, which I think is a little bit out of order, but just so you know. Submitting on behalf, so my name's Russell Benge. I'm with consultancy Davis Ogilvy, and we're submitting on behalf of KB Contracting and Quarries Limited on the development contributions policy. We're generally happy with the contributions policy proposed. It's just two key points. The first one is the changing from the current land in lieu of cash development contributions to a private developer agreement or a sale and purchase agreement. That makes sense as long as the assessment criteria is the same as a result of the change in policy. So it's not so much how the money is distributed, not worried about that. It's more that the assessment criteria stays the same. The second one was a sort of a general case around the proposed increase in development contribution policy, particularly regarding the Belfast area or North Catchment, where the charges are set to rise from just over $29,000 per household unit equivalent to $37,000 per Huey. And I guess this submission relates specifically to the Oakbridge development area, which is being developed by KB Contracting. And we understand the rationale for the increase, which is based on the population projection growth through Stats New Zealand, which currently indicate a decline in population from the previous one in 2021, and it brings it more in line with the 2016 projection growths. However, we feel there's a strong case for maintaining the current charges of $29,000, particularly if proposed plan change 14 is made operative in its current form. Obviously, it could change, but that plan change, which I'm sure you know, will allow for a permitted activity for 3 units to be developed on site. So effectively, in new developments, it could create a significant increased density and growth within that catchment, probably more so than existing developed areas because they're empty sections rather than sections with houses already constructed on them. And additionally, this substantial increase in development contributions will ultimately be pushed on to the end purchaser, which won't go any way of helping housing affordability in the Canterbury region. So those are the two key points for the submission. So,
Yep, Andre. Yep.
Thank you. Just what some of the other changes are around catchment areas.
Yeah.
So DCs are paid towards, in some cases, whether it's neighbourhood parks or community infrastructure. And some argue there's an expectation that some of those things should have to be built in the area itself where the payment's being made.
Yes.
Do you have any view on that and what you hear?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, and I guess the future changes are making it more even larger around the city. I think it does vary. A new development, like a greenfield development, you're probably going to get those facilities put in on site, and that's, I suppose, where the current cash in lieu of, or land in lieu of cash, sort of kicks in because they can make it. So the development policy, contributions, I suppose, it bringing it to a smaller scale on a smaller basis, depending on what the development is, does make sense to a certain extent. But then, people use parks all round, so I think there's a combination of both needed. But I think when you're looking at a greenfield development area of, a few thousand lots, there's potential for a lot more density to happen inside of that because it hasn't been built yet, as opposed to the existing Belfast where there's houses and any intensification of housing in existing areas will take a lot more time. It'll potentially take a lot longer than an empty section that's for sale.
Nice one, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark, please.
Thank you. Nice to see you there, Russell.
Yeah, you too, mate.
For those who don't know, Russell's one of my graduates from Otago back in the day, so we go way back.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, so would I be reading that right, that you're basically saying you'd prefer the DC level to stay down at close to that 29,000?
Yes, yeah. And look, DCs have to, I mean, they're reflective of the cost of the infrastructure that's needed. I guess the difference here is it goes up and down with projected population growth that, you know, are obviously subject to all sorts of variables. And in a new area where it's greenfield, it's probably more likely to have more densification in there. So more potential new lots in that area to have more of the development contributions for the overall funding.
Could be something for us to consider when we have that policy come back for decision. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much, Russell. I'm sorry we kept you waiting a bit. I know we're on time, but you were here early.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's okay.
Thanks for coming in.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
James.
We're relying on Kathy to run our presentation, please.
I have. And thank you for printing something off that I can see.
Without your glasses.
Marvellous.
Right. I'm James Ensor and I'm represented by Eden Husband as well from our boat safety group. I'd like to thank you, Mr Mayor, the councillors, and also I note the Chief Executive, Mary Richardson, who's been a supporter of our projects as well. It's with sad loss too, I've just got to mention Roger Allen has passed this year and he put a lot of survey work into this project, and also Tony Whiteley, who lived in Littleton. I want to start by the first page here in our presentation, and the few things I want to highlight is the Boat Safety Group commissioned a report on improving boat safety at Naval Point. The Community Board did its homework and said urgent solutions to improve boat safety was important. So nothing has happened. And then 2016, we gained support from the local Community Board, and the Boat Safety Group makes, in its long-term submission, improvements to safety at Naval Point. In 18, we got $10 million to go towards this project, and we thought there would be some movement in the actual improvements we need with regards to that. We put a lot of work into our project, and we've had no council response from last year's work, which we did, and we were very disappointed with that. So work was proposed for repair and reinstatement of the existing Naval Point breakwater spur, and we think that's really important for everyday users. We put up with this, and you'll see by some of the pictures. Now we've got the Christine Bow project, which was set up by Paula Smith, the Community Board Chairman, Marine Environs Development Project 357, and it was really important for them to see some real identification. So we just want to try and get some progress in that area. Then Eden's going to...
Back in about 2016, there was a phone survey of 5,025 ratepayers and users conducted to establish the public support, and all participants gave their support for the improvements of the and we're talking here about the on-water safety improvements generally. And a workshop was conducted by Eric Banks, and it was initiated in May 2017 with a delegation from all the different voting groups. All the delegates, and with the support from the Banks Peninsula Community Board, wish to see this project implemented with urgency. And then the next picture, which is not up yet, there's a next one again. The aerial view there. Now, there's been a lot of controversy over the spur, which is the furthest lowest point there, about reducing it in length. Now, OSAL designed that area back in 2000 or slightly before, and it was constructed then, and it's done a marvellous job. And as a boat user before the earthquake, this spur worked really well to protect the ramps in adverse weather conditions, because it just stops it coming around the point. And that big green area before the spur, that was, I mean, it's all reclaimed land anyway, but it was put in there for a reason, to stop the weather migrating around that edge. And then the next is an aerial, a Google image in 2006, before the earthquake. And as you can see, the extent of the spur. And then again, the next one was February 25 after the earthquakes, and the length of the rock spur is substantially shorter. and then this breakwater is just a typical sort of floating breakwater. And as you can see, the effect of it's having on the water conditions on the leeward side. This is just one example of a breakwater, and you will notice the large calm area towards land that it creates.
Now, this is what we're proposing, and we'd like to do last year, and nothing happened, and we'd like to actually see it happen this year. It's covered by consent, and you'll see the consent follows. So the existing break spur has actually sunk down, and there's some pictures coming over that show you what it's like at around about half tide, just coming up that. So if we did the stage 1 of this, and then did stage 2, we took legal action to have a look and see what was the best way to proceed with this, because we haven't really been listened to very well over the last few years. And they suggested, with the council funding being quite tight, why don't we do it in stages? So that's why we're doing stage 1, stage 2, review that and monitor it and see how that goes for the breakwater and the breakwater plans down the track. We're miles apart on what some of the staff actually think we need and the users that actually use it every day. The consent here has covered part of it. That's the consent number, and it expires in 2031. At the port recovery plan, they said, don't, whatever you do, cancel this, because if you cancel it, you won't get it back. There was 25 faction groups that were opposed to the port recovery plan, and they said you'll get them back as well. So go over 2, and then we can see here.
This shows that how difficult it would be to safely retrieve a boat from the water in conditions that actually aren't too severe, and it would be pretty difficult to put a trailer in that sort of conditions.
You can see here, this picture here, this is approaching half tide, and you can see where it's sunk. The waves come over the top, and from about half tide to full tide, and then about half tide out again, the waves just roll in there, and it makes it like that last photo. You can see it really, really easily.
Yeah, this is some results from a survey that the late Roger Allen did in 2016, 2017, and a Becker study in 2011 indicated there being 15,843 registered trailer boats in Canterbury. Of the total vessels launched April 2016 to April 2017, 88% of those boats used the public slipway, with the 12 remaining percent using the club slipway. So it is well used. And what is required is a facility for retrieving a vessel in almost all weather conditions. That's paramount.
Now, just very quickly here, the next 2. One's a keel, and this is one of the reasons the new pontoons that are there are not suitable for sailing boats and a number of boats, because the keel's got to be retrieved, and you can't do that and then get your boat to where the ramp is, because there's rocks in between and you haven't got any steerage because the motors are fixed. The next one's the rudder, it folds up, and that gives you some idea. Another major problem. We did the costings in 21, and we got RJ Civil that were doing the work at the port company, and the rock that they suggested was the best rock for it. John Erie did it. And then over here was the costing figure for doing that, topping up that whole spare breakwater. So the figure here of 560k was for the whole job, and that was back then. So there'll be some cost increases now, but this gives us a base idea of what we're looking at. So we're probably looking at about half that figure, which is a small amount to pay for everyday users that are using this facility. We go to the next one. We'd like Christine Bowe to engage Kim Swarbrick to facilitate the community engagement due to her excellent work and previous consultations regarding the Naval Point development planning. The consultation has not actually been that clever and that well done. We've had several years now since we've had any results from the consultation, and the consultation unanimously said we need to make severe improvements and we need to start now. And you can see the last picture here.
Yeah, if we just show the next picture, please. You'll see that that's actually the club slipway, but the public one's very similar. And it's if you notice the effect that the marina and boats, this was before the marina was de-established, having on the sea behind this marina. It's even that sort of a thing, that sort of facilities having an effect on stopping the heavy wave action.
Now, We're going to go through the sheet, which has been.
The last one is the Boat Safety Group wish for the council to engage in community engagement for the rebuilding, reinstatement of the Naval Point Spur breakwater back to its original form prior to the 2010 earthquakes. The community engagement should be initiated in May 2025, with submissions ending end of May, so that construction may begin for the initial stage 1 construction over winter 25. We have a new parks manager and we expect to see urgent safety improvements starting this year. We require a workshop with CCC staff, Rupert Bull, Christine Bowe and Paul Devlin, as well as Lynn Leslie from the Banks Peninsula Community Board. We have need to engage with the community, having had no engagements for several years. Kim Swalbrook has been excellent in her previous work facilitating the community engagement, and we would be pleased to have her continue in this role. The everyday end user need these improvements now. Stage 1 should commence this year with the rebuilding of the half of the current spur breakwater section which lies above the water at low tide to its pre-earthquake height. Stage 2 should follow 2026 with the remaining submerged section of the breakwater rebuilt to its former height. Careful monitoring of the effect of the breakwater on improving the wave environment will assist in evaluating the Stage 3 requirements for an extended breakwater to achieve the optimum affordable safety outcome.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Got one question, Kelly.
And if you turn over the sheet at the back, it just remind you of what everyday users have to contend with.
Gentlemen, my question is just around, do you have any data on the number of days a year where wave action would make launching and retrieving boats problematic? Have you got...
Yeah, I could give you, because I go over there on Wednesdays, Saturdays and Sundays, and probably about one of those days it's pretty good. The second day would probably be average, and the third day is almost impossible to get off. And sometimes we've got to go in the inner harbour, and that's a challenge on its own.
Okay, so you're...
It's a lot of time.
You're saying like...
This would be probably 60% of the time there's waves that make it unsuitable.
Yeah.
That's why it's really urgent.
Yeah, no, I get it in my capacity as a friend of a guy who has a boat. And, yeah, it's always incredibly difficult to launch a boat when there are wave action. So what you're saying is you're there like 3 days a week, and you would say that at least 30% of the time that you're there, that it's unsuitable.
Yep, I'd say that. Yep, I'd say. There's a lot of days. That's why the spare breakwater is so important, because it stops the waves rolling round.
I get that.
If we could get that urgently done this year, we know now, it would actually help us as well.
My dad's a harbour engineer. I get it. I've heard it all my life.
Thanks, Cal.
Thanks.
James, just so I'm on the right track, and I think I might be, Stage 1 is more or less 80% there. It's just topping it off with more rocks to get it above.
That's exactly right. And don't forget that part of that first half of that 70 metres is already there.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of cost, and that's why it's so urgent to do it, and it would make such a difference. And also to the people, you've got to think all the other sports grounds and things have safety features that make it safe. We're an environment, we can't ring up the ambulance, we can't get help. You know, there's nobody there to help us sometimes. It's really dangerous.
Okay, so, and you said, and you pointed out the consent's already done.
That's right, yep. And we don't want to see it change, because at the port recovery plan, they said if you scrap this, there's 25 groups that opposed the port recovery plan, only went through because of urgency.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's important.
So you got the consent. All you need really is a digger and a fair few rocks. Not massive lots, but...
Yeah, the right sort of stuff, like they did round the retaining wall for the new port recovery.
Roger that. Okay. Thank you very much for coming in.
No, that's really good. And we met with staff just prior to this meeting, and they were not very enthusiastic about any rush for doing the job. And we felt, with legal opinion, that we actually need to do it now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Rotary Ho.
Thanks for your passion, though. You want to see it safe, though, for our ratepayers. 5,000 ratepayers, remember, supported this.
So we're in for a break there, aren't we?
We are. We're a bit of...
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
A few minutes.
Thanks, Kathy.
Not a lot.
Okay, so we're a couple of people can't make it today, so we're back here on the nail of 3:40. Ta-da! How you doing?
I'm good. Good to be here.
Wrong, Chris. You got
Testing 1 2 1 2. Here I am, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here.
Right.
Tēnā koutou, city councillors. It's good to be here. I represent various different hats. Today I'm with the Christchurch Circus Trust. I'm the treasurer and one of the trustees on that particular place. This is about the Roy Stokes Hall specifically. Basically, the Circus Trust has been at the hall for 11 years, which is a long time. We took over when all the madness happened, when the school got closed, when the earthquakes happened, all that kind of stuff. So I'll cut to the chase so that maybe if you have any questions and stuff, you can ask me after. Basically, I've witnessed a lot of events at the hall. I'm also the caretaker there now, which is kind of cool. I've been the caretaker there for all this time, but I'm actually getting a little bit of a pittance now to be the caretaker, to sweep the floors and change the light bulbs and stuff like that. I wanted to talk about the hall as an entity for, or as a public space for New Brighton. It's the community hall. It was built for the community, by the community, and it sits there still even after the earthquakes, and it's one of those older buildings. It was built in the late 1970s, so it still stands. Thank goodness for that. We do circus for kids and adults, and you're more than welcome to come to any classes if you feel like you want to have some different kind of exercise or some art. We run about 4 or 5 shows per year. We get in between 150 to 250 people in the hall. This particular issue I'm talking about is the absence of parking at the hall. What used to happen is the school, when it was still the school, used to have overflow parking, so you could actually open the gates and people could park in the school site. Well, that's gone because the developers are coming in and it's all going into apartments. At the moment, the developer who I spoke to briefly a couple of weeks ago said that he was keen to negotiate something. My idea here, coming to talk to you, is about the idea of offering or purchasing or some kind of way of dealing with getting a parking lot built behind the hall. There's still a spare space that he hasn't put houses on yet, and it sits there. There's a big fence there. Right now, we've got about 6 car parks at the back of the hall. If there's any big events that happen, people have to park all over the show. As you know, in New Brighton, they're building lots of condominiums, or they have, and they're still building them. Most of those condominiums, because of the government's thing, they don't have to have parking spots, so everyone's parking on the street. We park on the street too. When the new entrance into New Brighton is going to be built, which is slotted for you guys to do or for someone to do, all that parking on Seaview Road is going to be marginalized even more. So we're going to be up against all the people that live there that are moving into New Brighton, and any events that happen are going to have no parking. So where do people park? Aranui? South New Brighton? I don't know. So basically what I'm saying to you folks is we're at the beginning of the wave. Instead of waiting till it's all done and the houses are all built, and then going, well, we don't have any parking for these events that are happening at New Brighton, we start thinking about it before. That's why I'm here. As the Circus Trust, like I said, we run about 5 events, so we get maybe 50 to 100 car parks that are needed. There's dances, there's weddings, there's funerals, there's all kinds of other things that happen at that hall. So I give it to you, I know that this is a crazy idea that I had, which is that one condominium that the guy sells is worth $500,000. If you allowed him to build one extra condominium in trade, I know that that's not as easy as it sounds, but that then he could have that money and the car park, which is the space behind the hall, can be left and turned into a car park. That's my idea. I know it's probably a bit naive, and I don't know about all the resource consents. I do know that he's built 14 houses and he's allowed to build 60 more on the school site. So that's what I say. That's what I've got to say. I hope that it made sense. Please ask me any questions and I'm happy to answer anything that I know.
Yep, certainly. And I like your thinking. Jake, please, and then Celeste.
Thank you for coming in and having your say. I'm just thinking about New Brighton and that massive shopping district that's just clearly too big for the local population, and the great news with more and more housing being put into New Brighton. Do you have How many events a year? Because obviously, if that land was to be turned into car parking, it's less people to activate the area. Do you have an idea of how many times a year you'd be flat out of parking, completely exhausted?
Well, I can speak from the Circus Trust, but I've also had informal conversations with a number of other people, other groups like the South Brighton Choral Society, the New Brighton Silver Band. There's various things with markets coming up. There's a woman that's going to just start doing markets in there. We have exercise classes like Zumba. We have, there's the Circus Trust itself does 4 to 5 events a year. We're just doing one in a week, and a show as well. We've got a youth circus festival that's happening.
So is it sort of 4 or 5 events a year that someone would have to?
No. I'm talking about for the Circus Trust, there may be 4 or 5 events a year,
right.
but then we're not the only people that use the hall because it's a community hall. So anyone that wants to run an event there, they can.
Right.
So, and it events, I mean, the hall, you can fit 400 people in the hall. So if you put 400 people in that hall, let's say half to a third of those need a car park. So you need 150 car parks.
So how many times would you have 400 people in the hall?
Well, it depends on the event. I mean, I'm not doing all the events. I will do some events, but I can't say for everyone because I'm not the one that's booking all the events. If we have a wedding, how many people come to a wedding? 100 people? You need 50 car parks. If you have a funeral, 100 people come to the funeral, you need 50 car parks. There isn't any. If the Seaview Road gets changed and all those trees go down and all the parking goes down, there ain't going to be any parking spots along that Seaview Road. And then as the houses get built, if there's 3 people living in that house, guess what? They've got 2 cars. They've got 1 car park possibly or not. And then they're parking on the street. If you look around Christchurch, that's what's happening now. All the places where there's all these new houses being built, there ain't any parking spots and the streets are getting filled up. Yes. Sorry.
Whoa. Celeste, then Kelly.
It sounds like a crazy idea, but some of the best ideas are. And actually, we discussed that during the hearings panel. And at that time, it wasn't an option, but because actually there is a need for parking along that area. Because as we know, as part of the hearings panel report, we're changing the layout of those streets. So we're actually taking out parking. So we've looked at a whole number of options, and they didn't stack up in terms of what you get for what you spend. So this would be a far more economical option. And the opportunities come about because we've had a handover of the land. So they're actually putting in more housing, which is good. But he's open to looking at that site if we can come to a sensible agreement before we go ahead and build stuff, because then we've lost that opportunity. So it's not about putting in less housing, it's about making sure the hall is fit for purpose. Is that your view?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about less houses. I mean, he could build 74 houses on the school site because that's what he's got resource consent for. It's just that we're taking the possibility of taking a little bit of land, which he's open to, and then he could still build the houses that he wants to build on the rest of it.
And it's directly behind the hall.
It's just right behind the hall. I mean, there's a whole history there, but I don't want to go into that right now because it's too much.
Finally, if we put into context, the hall itself is about 700 metres from the beach. So the parking that's available at the foreshore area, as in the mall, is quite separate to where you're talking about, isn't it? So
yeah, we're in the west side of New Brighton, closer to
Kelly,
the way out.
And then Tim, and then Nat.
Thanks, Chris. Just across the road from you is the New Brighton Museum and that car park there. Is there any possibility of coming to an arrangement with them on event days?
They've got about 20 car parks in that car park, I think.
Yeah.
And so it's not impossible. And sometimes in the evenings we have used it, but because the New Brighton Museum has its own set of events that they run all the time, they got movie nights and all kinds of other things, you can't guarantee that things aren't going to clash.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's possible, I'm sure.
And so that site just behind the Roy Stokes Hall, how many parks do you think could fit in there? If
At least 50.
Okay, so it's substantial. All right.
Thank you, mate. And Tim.
Yeah, just with the land on the corner of Hawke and Shore Ave, where the roundabout is that utilised because it's?
Yeah, we are.
But could there be a deal done with that owner? Because or if you 100 metres down the road, you've got the huge amount of car parking behind the mall. So, I mean, I know it's not ideal, but if the developer doesn't work, is there some way that could be advertised? Because, you know, you go to an event in the central city, it's not unusual to walk a couple of 3 blocks. I mean, you know, obviously everyone says, no, we don't want to, but, you know, I've got 2 good legs, I don't mind. I'd far prefer doing that than sacrificing a car park for someone who's not able to.
There's probably the biggest issue is the elderly.
Yeah.
When we have events, we get people to drop their elderly off in front of the hall because there's a place that they can do that. And then they go and find a place to park and come running back for the show.
Yep.
And there's people that can't do that. I mean, and we also run disabled or special abled circus classes, and they come, all different kinds of people with all different kinds of things. And where do they park if there's no parking?
Yep, true.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Anyways,
Thank you, Chris. Thanks
Thank
for coming
you.
in. Good to see you.
have a happy time. Enjoy the rain.
Thank you for your
Thanks,
enthusiasm.
thanks for listening, and let's see what we can do.
We haven't seen outside today. We've been in here all day.
Okay, well, I'll let you know. It's raining and has been raining all day long.
Thank
and
you
It's still,
very much.
and it's still raining. Thank
Hey.
you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Hi, Anne. Good to see you. I'll talk to. Is he coming to the com board?
Can I change that to the beginning?
Okay, we'll talk about that. Anne, she's all yours, mate.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott Taguingwa. I'm here to talk on behalf of Spokes, Canterbury. Down, please. So in terms of cycle priorities that Spokes would like to see is we'd like to see the major cycle routes finished, new connections to popular destinations, including schools, cycling in the centre city enhanced, and more safe bike parking. One of the issues I'll talk about later is widening paths and parks, which are a really good way to get around and outside of traffic, but they're being put in and too narrow at the moment. Safer intersections and crossing for cyclists and pedestrians, increased space at high demand intersections where the number of cyclists is now greater than the space available, and reducing speeds. Next, please. So cycling is continuing to grow. In the census, 6% of people cycle to work, and that doesn't include schools or the university, where over 20% of the students are biking to university. So there are really good stats here, continuing to grow. In Q1 2025 is up on Q1 2024. So it's actually a really good story for Christchurch. And just recently we had the Can Do here, and we took a lot of people from around the country on some of our cycle networks, and they were really impressed with what we've got. I think people like us, we see the gaps, and sometimes we have to really appreciate the really good stories that are there as well. Economic benefits of cycling is well known: health, reduced congestion, safety, and reduced climate emissions and pollution. Next, please. So we agree with the annual plan cycling priorities for 2025-2026. The Te Aratai cycle connection, particularly for the school, the Simeon Street upgrades, the Antigua upgrades, the South Express, Te Kaha Streets improvements, and we'd also like the Wheels to Wings to be built. What Spokes doesn't support is increased speed. We can't see any point in paying money to increase the speeds again, because sooner or later we're going to decrease them again. And we would also like to the council to challenge further KiwiRail's gold-plated crossings and safety requirements. We could save a lot of money in the 2025-2026, and I think someone worked it out, it was 60 million in the budget to look at KiwiRail's requested enhancements. And that they're just not the top priority for safety, for cycling in Christchurch. I'd just like to say what we really want to see is actually better funding of projects for 2026, 27. They're almost missing. The funding is there for projects we've already agreed on in the past year, but the future is looking pretty grim in our current budget. Each improvement is bringing new cyclists and attracting new people to Christchurch because of our infrastructure. Next, please. So this was something that was in the press in October 2024, and what it took the people who are driving in suburbs in Christchurch versus the people who are cycling. And what we want to see is that green arrow go down to the right. So we should be looking at some of those. So we have a unevenly distributed infrastructure in Christchurch. So that 6% hides a range of 2 to 20% in the people travelling by bike to work. And there are some places that have great infrastructure and you're seeing a big increase in the number of cyclists, and there are some places who are really struggling and don't have the safe infrastructure. And because they're struggling, they have high driving needs as well. So if we can actually move people down that arrow to more cycling, less cars, it would be cheaper and safer for everyone. So, and it all depends on the connections and the attractiveness of the network. And we need good transport alternatives. Next, please. So we've talked about the big cycleways, but actually small cycleways can make a very big difference. There are unsafe gaps, and one of the best examples is Northcote Road. There's 700 metres between the QE2 path and the Northern Line, and there are 4 high schools, and every day you see kids biking down there, taking their life in their hands. And so this is a really good example of a small gap that would make a huge difference. We need to improve high-use cycle intersections and conflict areas, like Deans Ave and Matai Street and Tigua Morehouse and the I've put Boathouse Bridge there, but you know what I mean. It's the one by the hospital. It's really getting too full and too much conflict. We've also got to look at road crossings for cyclists and pedestrians because they make a difference as well. Sometimes it's safe to bike on the streets, and then you come to this road, which is a major arterial, and there is no safe way across. And one of the good examples of that is Milton Street and Simeon Street. And the other one that keeps coming up, people keep talking to spokes about, is the Carton Mill Bridge and the intersection of trying to get from the north of the city into the park, into Hagley Park. And another issue is enforcement. There are people parking in the cycle lanes. I just come down Antigua Street on the bike, and there are 3 cars sitting in the cycle lane waiting for people to pick up. And it's just unacceptable. And also there are red light running, particularly in mid-block pedestrian cycle lights. These are not in the intersections, these are the mid-block ones that are especially. We need to do something before someone is killed. And most of those are at schools. Next, please. Cycle parking is the other thing. So we actually need, there's a lack of suitable cycle parking, and it's increasingly a barrier to cycling. A lot of people are buying expensive e-bikes. They would cycle into town, but they can't find anywhere to park anymore. A cycle stand install costs $2,000, and I think $35,000 or something like that for a car park. Centre city cycle parks are getting full. Most sports parks and playgrounds have no or very poor cycling structure, and many council facilities also have poor wheel bending options, including the Fenelton Library, which has a sign which says, beware, your bike will get stolen, lock it. To what? Event parking is getting better, but every high-use venue should have a permanent bike parking, even the circus. And there should be an appropriate space for cargo and non-standard bikes. So what Spokes is recommending is that you add to the budget a minor works budget item called cycle parking of $50,000 for 3 years. And that would make a big difference to the number of people who are cycling in the city. Next, please. We have thought about cheaper cycling infrastructure. We would like the council to separate the budget for underground services upgrades from cycleway infrastructure, because sewage is not cycleways. And it does mean that you have this backlash from community for very high expenses in cycleways that are not actually cycleways. They're things like coal tar and other things that they might find under the road. We're on top of the road. More connectors and temporary cycleways like the Park Terrace. Park Terrace is working really well, although it does worry me the number of those black bollards that are getting damaged, but it is a cheap way of doing it. Have more flexibility for the type of green paint you use. I understand that's really expensive. And the cheapest way of all to make cycling safer is to reduce speeds to 30k an hour. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we've got Tyler, please.
G'day, Anne. I just wanted to ask about the Dean's Ave crossing, the Unilink.
Yes.
Are you saying that it needs to be upgraded in terms of the infrastructure, or you just want it to be more visible?
It means widening. There's too many cyclists waiting there to get across, and it's too narrow to get across.
Got you.
Yeah, both sides.
Yeah, you cheeky buggers. That's like Girls High, so it's different. Absolute demon,
Aaron? Yeah.
Yeah, and just on some of the data, like with the census, it said 6% cycle to work. That's not including schools and universities. But I thought with the census, everyone does it. So if you did cycle to school or uni, then you put down you cycled that day, or you drove, or you did whatever.
No, it specifically says to work. To work.
Oh,
Yep.
so let's say you're on the dole, but you biked everywhere or drove everywhere. What does that mean?
You're not counted.
Oh, okay. So then, because the household survey data
Yes.
doesn't read as well, that's 4.3% cycle 20 times a month. So that's 5
Yes.
days a week.
Yes.
It's only 4.3%. So that's not as good as the census data, which didn't include the schools and university.
Yeah, that's true.
So any reason, do you think, for the... which one would you believe
I think
more?
it really depends. Which one do I believe more? I think the census, because the census has more of a push to get everyone to actually say what they're doing.
Okay. I hope you make a submission to the census to get a better question, because it'd be good to get better info on that. And then the other one is...
And they've said no, because we want to compare it for 20 years.
Okay. And then the other one is the cycle counts trending upwards starts at 0. Is that because that's the start of the cycle counters? That's cycle counter data only, not cycle counts.
Yes, it's cycle counter data only. So it actually really only includes the sort of the major counters.
Yep.
So if you, and we're starting to see the network extend further out where there are no counters. So it's massively undercounting the number of people who are actually cycling.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Rightio, yeah, and thanks very much, Anne, coming in. Good. Righto, we've got Bill, Daniel, Martin, and Martin. Sorry, not Daniel, Martin. Who are going to talk to us about Cashmere Technical Football Club.
Yep.
And other things, or that?
Hi, Phil.
How are you?
First of all, an apology. Daniel Hurd's he's getting ready to go to England, and he just couldn't find the time today.
That's fine.
We've got Martin and I, and actually just reflecting, the last time we were here, I think it was in May last year, and a couple of fabulous outcomes from that particular meeting was I think the taking in-house of the sports field maintenance from contractors, and I believe that's had a magnificent outcome.
Oh, wow. Wish
it is.
And the media was still here.
In fact, I think I've sent a text to Andrew to congratulate him on it. But anyway, the other thing, of course, was the long-term plan decision to fund 12 artificial football pitches with floodlighting and changing rooms, which brings us up to date with the rest of the country, I would like to think, and I'd like to go beyond that and have Christchurch be the best, as we should be. But anyway, so that was then. This is now. I don't know whether you want me to read out my words. You've all got them in front of you. It would save a lot of time if I didn't.
You know, you just do. You just you don't. But just
Well,
carry on doing what you do.
Okay, right. Well, so they're in front of you, and essentially, I know you guys, your brain must be mush listening to all of this all day, but I just tried to abbreviate it as best as I could. I've been doing this sort of stuff for 45 years, and it's not about me. Plenty of people like me in the community that, you know, they'd volunteer. However, I'm really more than challenged at the minute. And I think a key paragraph in that is I've got to find, I do the funding for tech, have done for a very long time. I've got to try and find $140,000 this year just for green space and supporting facility access. It's not fair. And I don't know of any other sports club in the country that has that issue. Certainly no football club's got that problem.
So this is for renting the ground, more or less.
Well, it's not it's not just grounds, Phil. It's and the irony of this is that and again, it's not about me, but I led the fundraising post earthquakes for mainly Garrick Park upgrade, and that was for we were well supported by the City Council. It was for the 2015 Under-20 Men's World Cup, and honestly, that facility at the time was fantastic. We paid a reasonable amount of lease to the Woolston Club at that particular point in time. They were very supportive, but that particular organisation has had its problems and is not in a great financial shape at the moment, which I'm sure you're well aware of. They charge us now $70,000 a year and, just for the buildings on Garrick Park, and the council kindly maintain it. So it's it's 70. And the irony of that is, it's not about me, but I funded the buildings. They contributed very little to that. Anyway, it is what it is. So in the three points that I've raised is that there is to me, it's the only opportunity really, because in my lifetime I've seen Ensours Road, you know, the current, it's called ARA at the moment, but technical got its name from the old Technical College, Technical Institute, was it Polytech, CPIT. ARA is the most recent version of it. And they've been great to deal with over our time, and they have offered Ensours Road, which is not an old rubbish dump, to the council on 2 occasions in my life. I've checked my sanity with Grant McPhail, their facilities manager, who's been around as long as I have. He said, no, that's right. The council had the opportunity of buying that, given to them on 2 occasions, which wasn't taken up. So we're in the position right now in that part of Christchurch, which has always been very, very short on council-owned green space. The acquisition of Garrick Park, in my view, is a must. It's got to happen because there's nowhere else in that particular Phillipstown. We've had Lancaster Park recovered, of course, and that's good for the community. I won't go on about that. It's a separate thing. We got 1 football field there, and we've got 128 teams. But I totally accept that, you know, and there is a need for all other sports, and I love other sports too. But yeah, that would have possibly been a solution for the Garrick Park problem, but it isn't. So we've lost 3 fields at Ensours Road. I've managed to get 1 back, raised $1 million with the support of ARA to put a training pitch in there. We funded dressing rooms with showers, and I'd have to say ARA were very helpful financially as well, right? Non-council ground. We maintain that, and it's costing us $40,000 a year, and we can't afford it. We've been doing that since 2015. We can't afford it anymore. We're going, as I said in the body of that, my notes, Tech is for 100 years, but we've been robust financially. The last 2 years, we've lost a lot of money, and a lot of it is in this area. So I'd like to think that we can acquire Garrick Park, and one of the benefits, it's only my view, but artificial pitches and where to put them. Well, we've already got the resource consent for the noise, there's car parking for Africa, and the floodlight consents. It's already done. So to me, that's a must to get across the line. And then I can start working on reducing that 70,000 annually to maybe 20. there's got to be a cost to it, I would imagine, to the city council, right? So just to give you an idea, Nelson Suburbs, who's got Saxton Field, we have a new general manager who was the manager there. That's what they pay for Saxton Fields, and it's much, much bigger facility than Garrick Park. Okay, and then finally, just the, well, I don't think that's, I think that's actually it. Just, one, completion of it, of the Garrick Park opportunity, possibility of maybe putting an artificial, maybe at least one there, and then Christchurch City Council taking over the maintenance of Whittington Avenue at the Ara site. Martin, you might want to comment on that.
I think you've summarised your writing pretty well, Bill. Ultimately, it's a pretty sizable club. So from mainland football's point of view, there's a risk element there, and so we're obviously keen to support Bill. I mean, what he said at the lead out, we're absolutely ecstatic with the signing off of the sports field network plan. I'll double click on the maintenance. There's been a noticeable increase in quality there, quantity from our members. And I suppose it's about how can we reduce this risk element to both the sport, because if we lose access to those fields, we're obviously going to go further into a negative from a ground access perspective, but also the club from a financial perspective. So, keen to hear any questions if they're...
Aaron, Andre?
Yeah, sympathy over the field access and stuff, but how do they get on overseas? Christchurch has got more than 1,000 parks and reserves. I don't know, a lot of them aren't sports grounds, but we've got a fair whack of sports grounds. How do places like London that get on, where you drive past the population of Christchurch before you actually see a park?
A lot of it's pretty poor. I'm English, and I came from Newcastle, and it was pretty horrible, to be honest, over there in Newcastle. And I've been to London on a number of holidays and played social football. It's not brilliant, not for community stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is lit facilities, and that's where the sports field network plan's pretty exciting, because we're going to get some lit surfaces that you can absolutely thrash. And so the two facilities that Bill's talking about have got lights on them. So it's
lights and AstroTurf is the key, isn't it?
Well, the turf, because you can thrash it. Turf on grass can present some challenges in the city because of the weather we've got. So it's volume of traffic over a period of time. So.
Okay, and just quickly, AFC or Phoenix?
Don't get this.
South Island protein.
I haven't got a month.
Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was Phoenix Town, so bugger them both. We need our own. Growth in the sport. So, presumably, 2010 made a World Cup, and presumably there was an explosion at that time. I'm just wondering if you have a sense on what sort of numbers you had then, whether you're expecting similar numbers this time round, and if so, sort of where are they all going to go?
Yeah, good point.
Just before I let Martin loose on you,
sure.
I've said in my presentation, when we merged in 2012, Kashmir Wanderers and Christchurch Technical, we had 1,150 players. 12 years on, we've got 1,750 players. At 1,150, we were the biggest sports club in the South Island.
Yeah.
And now we're 70. Having said that, you've got clubs that are gone like that as well. So Martin can give you the overview on that.
Big increase in numbers. Obviously, COVID had a little bit of a dent. We've had double-digit growth the last 3 years, predicting another double-digit growth this year. With the All Whites qualifications to the World Cup, the Phoenix bringing 2 more games down here for the next 2 years in the new stadium, and then another Women's World Cup. There's probably 3-4 years of predicted growth, strong growth.
And you reckon the Phoenix games coming to Christchurch also increase?
I think Auckland, I think AFC have had an increase in. There's just football. There just seems to be more football on the brain, and all of that helps to generate interest. Yeah. And
there's big stuff happening. I'm not sure if you're aware of Oceania Pro League, because at the moment, we're an amateur club.
Yeah.
Most of the clubs, 400 odd clubs in New Zealand, are amateur.
Yeah.
So there's only 2 professional clubs at the moment, and that's the Phoenix and Auckland FC. But with this Pro League, we are thinking, we're certainly not interested in it because we haven't got millions of dollars a season, right? It's not our space, but it could well be that Auckland FC and Wellington Phoenix fulfil teams in that as well. And what it has done is it's removed from the amateur clubs of New Zealand the aspirational pathway to get to the World Club Cup. So I'm the South Island representative for the clubs, and we're trying to navigate that, Martin, as well, aren't we, with New Zealand football? It's quite a big job.
That's right. Thank
The
you.
sport's going like that. It's no question about that.
Thank you, gentlemen. We've used all our time up, but thank you very much for coming and telling us what's going on. Brilliant.
Lovely. Thank you.
Okay. So I reckon we've got Evelyn, have we? Is that right? On Zoom? Excellent. Hello, Evelyn.
Hi, how are you going?
Good, thank you.
I would just like to know why we are still going ahead with the Wings to Wheels project. What's the idea around going ahead with that and keeping that on?
Pieces of it. It's the bottom end to connect with the Papanui parallel.
What's been decided is there's going to be the traffic lights on the corner of Breen's Gardeners and Harewood Road, the traffic lights outside the Harewood Primary School, and the short piece of Wheels to Wings from Matson's Ave back to the railway line that joins on to the Papanui parallel. Oh.
Well done.
Yeah. See, yeah. So that's all that's happening at this stage, and the money has been pushed out into further years. So I don't know when that's going to. I don't even know how far out it's gone. 4 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you. No, that's all.
Okay, mate. No, So you'll see. One of the things was that Breen's Gardeners Harewood one was a lot of people wanted that, so that was decided to use the budget we've got at the moment and the one out at the school and just tidy up that wee bit because we need to get two cycleways joined to each other, where there's no sense having it if there's about 100 metre strip that didn't join. Okay. Good on you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Right, Andrew. Ooh, Andrew's the last one. Good to see you, Andrew.
Hello, afternoon all. I thought everybody was doing development contributions, but it looks like
No, it's you and there was one other.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
But we just stuck you in there.
Yep, no, brilliant. Development contributions. I wouldn't say it's dear to my heart, but it's something I've had a lot to do with. Way back in 2006, I submitted and pretty much came up with the small unit policy concept that's used to give a discount for smaller units. And I've noticed over the years that the council's been making it more and more loose, so you're getting bigger and bigger discounts. And I was like, crikey, well, that's great for developers. But now I think the council are now proposing an overreaction the other way. I'm suggesting, yes, for a one-bedroom unit, you should only pay about 0.6 of an HUE, a household unit equivalent. And that's fair enough. You've probably only got about 1 to 1.5 people in a house in a one-bedroom unit in comparison to, a normal average-sized place that's about 2.4 average occupants. But I think there still should be a discount for two-bedroom units. The council staff are saying, it's so close to the average that it's not worth doing. Well, I would argue it's the opposite. If it's only a little bit of a discount, then you won't mind doing it. It gives a market signal to, provides a market signal that two bedrooms, and it's also a matter of fairness, two bedrooms does have less impact on services. The other thing I've put in is you're going to have to be very careful if you go from, when I designed the system, I designed it on square area, and I did that to avoid developers gaming it. Now, I think we all know, and I work for them, they'll game it every way they can. So you've got to really write the revised rules very carefully. I've put in some suggestions. I won't go through those. You can, that's probably more for the policy writing people. But if you're going to go to discount for bedrooms or extra for bedrooms, then you're going to have to nail it down big time. Moving on. Large unit residential paying more, I think that's fair enough. I couldn't quite work out what the staff were talking about, whether it's 6-bedroom or 7-bedroom, but I would suggest it might be worth doing almost what I'm talking about with the discount for paying more, that maybe if it's 6 bedrooms, you pay 20% more. If it's 7 bedrooms, you pay 40% more, or something along those lines, based on occupancy rates and percentage occupancy compared to the average. And finally, the one that really got my goat was the stormwater reduction for developer. Hold on. Stormwater. I think I filled in the wrong one, but there was talk of getting rid of the discount for joined units for stormwater, and I might have actually filled in the wrong part of the form, but I think that's totally unfair. Stormwater is one where you can very clearly measure the impact that a project's going to have on the stormwater infrastructure, because it's the area of roof, well, the area of impervious surfaces, and that's actually the fairest way to do it, not on HUE. And that system of just how much impervious area you're providing is no doubt about it the fairest way to go. In fact, it should be the whole city done like that, but that would be too complicated. So I think that's very roughly my raving.
It would certainly help if you had 5 stories.
Well, I mean, it's like I said in my example, it's pretty obvious if you've got a multi-story building with 12 units, they could end up paying 12 times the DCs of a similar house that's got the same roof area.
I see where you come from. So what you're saying before is roughly you would call 3 or 4 bedroom the benchmark, so to speak, and below that would be a discount, and above that would be a bit.
I mean, to an extent. I mean, 3 or 4 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms, possibly. I mean, I unfortunately I tried to get the information off Stats New Zealand on what the percentage household for bedroom amounts were, but unfortunately they weren't able to get it to me before this. But I mean, I think 5, you're pushing it. I mean, you could start hitting everybody in suburbia, but I think 6 and 7 and get some, maybe 5. It's
that's an
tough.
interesting concept, but I like your stormwater thinking as well. So thank you very much for coming in. And sorry, Tyler had a question.
Oh, sorry.
G'day, how you going?
Good.
I just wanted to ask you some questions about market trends and how these DCs may define them.
Oh, yeah.
You've got here 0.6 Huey for a 1, 0.8 Huey for a 2.
Yep.
Do you think if we implemented some of these DCs that it would actually change the market in the way that they build?
Definitely. Absolutely. Without doubt. I've already been talking to a developer. He's looking at what the DCs are proposed going up to, and he's like, this is going to kill some projects.
And what do you think the market's going to do in light of this?
Well,
more 2 bedrooms.
Well, I mean, at the moment, for some reason, the market's pretty much based around 2 bedrooms in inner city intensification. I don't know how much time you've got, but But 2 bedrooms is a sweet spot if you're selling, because if you do a 1 bedroom, you only have to add 1 more bedroom on, and all of a sudden you can get a lot more money for it.
Yeah.
So 1 bedrooms really come into their own apparently in the rental side of the market. If you can get enough 1 bedrooms on, then it can start stacking up quite well rental wise. But it depends on what the developer's doing. Are they selling or are they holding and renting?
I see what you're saying. So the selling market is wanting to develop lesser rooms or smaller square space.
No, not necessarily. It just depends on the site, because a lot of sites don't work with 1 bed.
See, yeah.
But 1 beds have their place, and 1 bed's quite a rare commodity. sadly, I try and encourage my developers to do one beds because I look at the Stats New Zealand of the number of single households and the number of one beds, and there is a massive discrepancy between the two.
Okay, right. Yep.
Thanks so much
And
for
one
that.
question from Aaron.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the day.
Yeah, just quickly, because the government and the council to an extent have been trying to increase intensity around main transport routes.
Yeah.
And we're still building commercial at single level
Yeah.
in shopping centres, which to me makes no sense. Should be multi-storey. Would having DC reductions like go to 1 floor, 50%, 2 or above, and there's no DCs, would that encourage developers to build apartments above shops in commercial zones or not?
I don't think it's going to help. I mean, making apartments stack up is terrifying. I'm doing one at the moment. We're basically not going back to scratch, but we're going to have to go back to the council and make some changes because it's just so expensive to build apartments. Because fire, acoustics, council.
Okay, so it's us.
Yeah, no, it's not you. Fire, acoustics, then council.
Oh, okay, so we're third in the...
Yeah, the fire rules, the intertenancy noise, and just the general cost of construction. Apartments, unless the land is really, really expensive, you're absolutely mad to do apartments. And you notice that with the East Frame, where Fletcher's started off with a hiss and a roar saying, we'll do beautiful apartments. You see what they're doing. They're doing 2 beds. 2-story.
2-story.
Yeah.
Because you can't build above it. It's too expensive.
It is. It honestly is. It is insanely expensive. And it's insanely complicated.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming in, mate.
By 3's just never happened.
Yeah. All right.
Good on you. See ya.
Very much.
Back to work.
Okay. Bede's just got one quick wee thing to say, but then I am going to say after he's finished saying that we're adjourning till 3:30 on Tuesday the 8th, 3:30 in the afternoon, Tuesday the 8th of April. Go Bede.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Look, just briefly, if you've got questions, if they go through the question and response tool on the big tin can, it just means we can track them, monitor them, and send them off to the right people. So that was all, and that's the best way for us to make sure they keep moving through the process. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Cheers, Bede. Replies. What's the expected timeline for each question?
That's a very good question. Can I come back on that, because some can be done quite quickly, others might need to go to a couple of different areas to get answers and so on. So there's a bit of a variety, but I'll ask the team if we can give some indication of timelines when we come back on Tuesday.
Great.
But we do aim to farm them out, and we have made team members aware to have people on standby over Easter as well and so on. So, yep, we'll come back on that. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.